Hey there, story lovers. This is Gringotts Hub, and we're bringing you an epic adventure. What if a Gringotts ritual revealed Harry was heir to 35 ancient houses and the eternal king of every magical nation? Hit like, subscribe, and let's begin this journey. Chapter 1, Blood and Gold. The letter arrived on a Tuesday, which Harry would later think was entirely appropriate. Nothing good ever happened on a Tuesday. It wasn't from Hogwarts. It wasn't from Sirius. It bore no seal he recognized, just a small wax impression of a set of scales, perfectly balanced, stamped in deep bronze rather than the usual red or green. The envelope was heavy in a way that had nothing to do with its thickness, like it was made of something denser than paper. He'd turned it over 3 times in the kitchen of number 4 Privet Drive, Uncle Vernon huffing past him toward the fridge, before he finally opened it. Mr. H.J. Potter, it read. Heir presumptive. You are formally requested to attend Gringotts Bank, Diagon Alley, London, at your earliest convenience. The nature of this correspondence concerns a matter of inheritance and lineage verification that cannot be communicated by post. This is not a request made lightly. Time, as the goblins say, is gold, and we have been waiting 14 years. It was signed, Ragnarok, Chief Archivist, Gringotts Inheritance Division. Harry read it twice. Then he read it a third time, slower. He had no idea what an inheritance verification was, or why Gringotts would need him specifically, but the phrase 14 years sat in his chest like a stone dropped into deep water. Whatever this was, it had been waiting for him since before he could walk. He wrote to Sirius that night. 3 days later, he was in Diagon Alley, which still felt like stepping sideways into a dream even after 4 years of knowing it existed. Sirius met him outside the leaky cauldron, thinner than he should have been, hair still a bit wild, but with the loose, easy posture of a man who decided not to spend another second of his life apologizing for existing. He'd brought Remus too, which Harry hadn't expected, and Remus looked at the Gringotts letter with the particular expression he reserved for things that required serious thought, reading glasses pushed up, mouth pressed into a thin line, eyes tracking back and forth. Inheritance verification, Remus murmured, almost to himself. Goblins don't send these casually. They barely send them at all. Is it dangerous? Harry asked. No. Remus handed the letter back. It's a ritual, essentially. They compare your blood signature against the house records they maintain. Every noble magical family in Britain, and several abroad, registered their lineage with Gringotts centuries ago. The bank acts as the neutral custodian. He paused. The unusual part is that they initiated contact. Normally a family solicitor handles this. What does it mean that they contacted him directly? Sirius asked. It means they found something in the records that flagged Harry's account. Something significant enough that they felt legally obligated to notify him personally. Remus folded his hands. I don't know what that something is. But I'd suggest we go find out. The inside of Gringotts always smelled like old metal and deep earth, and it was always slightly colder than anywhere had a right to be in July. The goblins behind the long counter moved with the brisk efficiency of people who genuinely loved their work and had very little patience for anyone who wasted their time. Harry approached the nearest teller, a goblin with sharp silver eyes and fingers that moved constantly, rolling a quill between his knuckles. Harry Potter, Harry said. I have an appointment. Ragnarok? The goblin's fingers went still. That alone felt significant. Then he set the quill down with a deliberateness that somehow managed to convey both we have been expecting you and don't touch anything simultaneously. Follow me. They were led not through the main vault corridor but through a door behind the teller stations that Harry had never noticed before, low, iron-banded, older looking than the rest of the bank, which was already old. The hallway beyond it was lit by something warm and amber that wasn't quite fire. The floors were polished stone and their footsteps didn't echo, which was somehow more unsettling than if they had. Ragnarok's office was at the end of a long corridor, and Ragnarok himself was not what Harry expected. He was older than most goblins Harry had seen, the lines in his face deeper, his eyes a peculiar shade of gold rather than black. He was seated behind a desk covered in scrolls and open ledgers, and when Harry entered, he did something Harry had never seen a goblin do before. He stood up. "Harry Potter," Ragnarok said. His voice was gravelled and precise. "It is good that you came promptly. Please sit." Harry sat. Sirius and Remus took the chairs on either side of him, and the goblin studied all three of them for a moment before his gaze settled back on Harry with the fixed quality of a man looking at something he'd been trying to find for a very long time. "I will explain what we know before we perform the verification," Ragnarok said, settling back into his chair. "Gringotts maintains the lineage records of every magical family that has formally registered with us, which is, for all practical purposes, every magical family of note in the world. The registration was established in 873 AD under the Eternal Compact, a treaty between goblin banking guilds and the major magical nations of the time. The purpose was simple, to create a neutral arbiter of inheritance disputes. Blood magic doesn't lie. Goblins don't lie. The records were trusted." "What does this have to do with Harry?" Sirius asked. "I am getting there," Ragnarok said, without irritation. "Just fact. 14 years ago, when Harry Potter survived the killing curse, an automatic flag was triggered in our system. We use what is called a blood resonance scan, a passive monitoring spell tied to every registered lineage. When a magical individual's blood signature is fundamentally altered, which surviving an unforgivable at that power level would certainly do, the scan runs an automatic comparison against all registered lines." He opened a ledger on his desk, one that was very thick and very old, its pages edged in something that wasn't ink. "We have been analyzing the results for 14 years. The room was very quiet. How many lines did it match?" Remus asked, and his voice was so carefully neutral that Harry felt a flicker of alarm. Ragnarok looked at Harry, not Remus. 35, he said. 35 ancient magical houses. In Britain, France, Germany, Italy, Spain, Egypt, Japan, the Americas, and several nations that no longer exist in any form recognizable to the modern world. He paused. All of them trace to a single ancestral root. A magical lineage so old it predates our records, though not our memory. The goblins have another name for this line. In our language, it translates roughly as the undying flame. In your language, you would call it the eternal line. Harry stared at him. What does that mean, practically? It means, Mr. Potter, that you are not merely the heir to House Potter and, through your mother, the Muggle-born branch of House Evans. Ragnarok picked up a scroll, one of many stacked to his right, and set it on the desk between them. You are the blood heir to 34 additional ancient houses, several of which carry with them not merely titles and vaults, but seats of political authority, international treaty obligations, and in 5 specific cases, the sovereignty rights of entire magical nations whose governance structures were designed around the existence of this lineage. He folded his hands. The eternal line was believed extinct. The Wisengamot struck it from active law 300 years ago on the assumption that no living heir could ever manifest. They were wrong. Sirius made a sound that wasn't quite a laugh and wasn't quite a swear word. Remus had his reading glasses in his hand and was gripping them tightly enough that his knuckles had gone pale. Can we, Harry started. The verification must be done first, Ragnarok said. What I have told you is what the records indicate. The blood ritual confirms it absolutely. Without the ritual, these claims carry no legal weight. He rose. If you are willing. Harry looked at Sirius, who looked back at him with an expression that said I have absolutely no idea what's happening but I'm with you in a very specific Godfather way that Harry had come to rely on. He looked at Remus, who gave him a small, steady nod that meant this is real and I'll help you understand it. Yeah, Harry said, and stood up. Let's do it. The verification chamber was deeper in the building than Harry would have thought possible given Diagon Alley's dimensions above them, which meant it existed in some sort of extended magical space. It was circular, maybe 20 feet across, with walls made of something dark and smooth that reflected the light like still water. In the center was a stone basin, low and wide, filled with a silver liquid that moved like mercury but slower, like it was thinking. 3 other goblins were already present, standing at intervals around the chamber, each holding a carved staff. They didn't look at Harry when he entered. Their attention was entirely on the basin. "The ritual is simple," Ragnarok said, standing at the basin's edge. "You place your dominant hand in the liquid. It reads your blood signature. The records respond." He gestured. "There is no pain. There may be warmth." Harry stepped up to the basin. The silver liquid was perfectly still now, as if it already knew he was there. He looked at it for a moment, at his own distorted reflection looking back up, messy hair, round glasses, the scar he'd stopped really seeing, and then he put his right hand in. The warmth was immediate and enormous, like stepping from winter into a room with a fireplace, except it was coming from inside him rather than from outside. The silver liquid lit up, literally lit up, blazing from beneath like there was a sun at the bottom of the basin. The 3 goblins with staffs all took a single step forward, their expressions shifting into something Harry couldn't name. Not surprise exactly. More like recognition. The scrolls on Ragnarok's desk, and there were dozens of them, began to unseal themselves, one after another, rolling open with a papery whisper that filled the chamber. Each one glowed briefly along its edges as it opened, a different color for each. Green for one, deep blue for another, red, gold, silver, something that wasn't quite purple, something that wasn't quite white. 35 colors, one after another, until the air in the chamber smelled like old magic and ozone and something earthier, something ancestral, like the smell of a forest so old it had forgotten being young. Harry felt each one. Not heard, felt, in his chest, his blood, his bones, like 35 tuning forks being struck simultaneously and finding that they all vibrated at the same frequency. His frequency. He'd never felt anything like it, and yet it was the most familiar sensation he'd ever had, because it felt like himself. Like finally standing in a room the right size. He took his hand out of the basin. The glow faded slowly, like coals rather than a switch. The scrolls stayed open, their edges still faintly luminous. Ragnarok was quiet for a long moment. Then, "It is confirmed." "All 35? Remus said from behind Harry, and his voice had gone a little rough. "All 35. And one additional designation that the records had classified as theoretical." Ragnarok turned from the basin. His expression was composed, but his eyes, those gold eyes, were bright with something that looked very much like awe, and Harry suspected awe was not an emotion Ragnarok was accustomed to feeling. The Eternal King designation. The last holder of it died in 947 AD. The title carries with it recognized sovereign authority over every magical nation signatory to the Eternal Compact. Which is, to be precise, every magical nation currently in existence, as all of them ratified or inherited the compact at some point in their history. He paused. "You are, Mr. Potter, under existing international magical law, which, I should note, supersedes the laws of any single nation including Britain, the Eternal King." Sirius sat down on the floor. Not dramatically. His legs just apparently decided this was a reasonable response and declined to continue holding him up, and he sat down cross-legged on the smooth chamber floor with the expression of a man whose brain had briefly gone on holiday. Harry turned around and looked at him. "Sirius." "Give me a second," Sirius said. "Give me a second." "Ragnarok," Remus said, and his composure was extraordinary. Harry could see the lines around his eyes working hard, the careful steadiness of a man keeping himself anchored by sheer force of habit. "What are the immediate legal implications?" "Substantial," Ragnarok said, and he picked up the first of the open scrolls. "Under the Eternal Compact, Mr. Potter's designation as Eternal King is automatically recognized upon verification. It cannot be challenged by any domestic law, including the laws of the British Ministry of Magic. His seats, 35 of them, in the Wisengamot alone, are immediately activated. His international sovereignty is immediately activated. He set the scroll down. The ministry will be notified by legal obligation within 24 hours. That notification will be sent by Gringotts, as the neutral party, as per the compact. His tone became very slightly dry. I suspect Minister Fudge will not take the news well. No, Harry said, and there was something very quiet and very settled in his voice. I don't suppose he will. He was still processing. He knew that. Some part of his brain was sorting through it the way you might sort through a room that had just been dropped into your lap, understanding the dimensions before touching anything. 35 houses. 35 names. Vaults he hadn't known existed. Seats of power in institutions he'd been subject to, not participant in. An entire international legal framework that had apparently been sitting dormant for over 1,000 years waiting for a skinny 14-year-old from Surrey to stick his hand in a bowl. But underneath the processing, something else. Something quieter and more instinctive. He wasn't afraid. That was the part that would have surprised him a week ago, but it didn't surprise him now. Standing in this chamber with his blood signature blazing across 35 ancient scrolls, Harry Potter felt, for the first time in his life, exactly where he was supposed to be. Not comfortable. Not relaxed. But correct. Like a key in the right lock. He looked at the scrolls. Can I read those? They are yours, Ragnarok said simply. Harry walked to the desk and picked up the first scroll. House Potter's seal was on it, but it wasn't the top of the pile, it was almost at the bottom, the newest of the 35. Above it, chronologically organized going back through centuries, were names Harry recognized and names he didn't. Peveril. He stopped on that one. Peveril. He'd heard that name somewhere. He kept going. Gryffindor. His stomach lurched. Slytherin. His stomach lurched harder. Ravenclaw. Hufflepuff. The names of 4 of the 5 Hogwarts founders, written in ancient ink, with his blood resonance glowing along each line in gold. Salazar Slytherin, Harry said flatly. The Slytherin and Gryffindor lines merged 3 generations after the founding of Hogwarts, Ragnarok said. You descend from both. This is, incidentally, why you are a Parselmouth. He sounded very slightly pleased about this, the way you might be pleased about a particularly elegant piece of mechanism. The ability comes from the Slytherin line, but it has remained dormant in most of his descendants for centuries. Your particular circumstance, the curse scar, reactivated it. And Voldemort doesn't know this. Voldemort believes his Slytherin heritage is unique, Ragnarok said. He descends from the Gaunt line, which is a lateral branch of the Slytherin tree, an offshoot. A small one. A pause. You are the primary heir. You always were. Sirius had gotten up off the floor by now. He was standing close behind Harry, reading over his shoulder, and Harry could feel him going very still as the names registered. Harry, he said quietly. I see them. Merlin's bloody, I see them. Harry set the scroll down. He turned back to Ragnarok with the particular stillness of someone who has decided to be very careful and very deliberate for the next several minutes. The ministry notification, he said. The 24-hour window. Can I be present when it's delivered? Ragnarok looked at him for a moment. Something shifted in those gold eyes, something like assessment, like recalibration. The compact does not require your presence, he said. But it does not preclude it. A pause. You would like to be there. I'd like to read it first, Harry said. And I'd like to have Remus help me understand what's in these scrolls before anyone else sees them. Is there a room? There are several. Good. Harry looked at Remus. How fast can you read 35 inheritance scrolls? Remus blinked. Then something happened to his expression, the careful composure shifted aside for just a moment, and he smiled, the real one, the one that looked like the person he'd been before the world got heavy. Faster than you, he said. They stayed in Gringotts for 4 hours. Remus read. Harry read alongside him. Sirius kept getting up and sitting down again, pacing the small side room they'd been given, occasionally stopping to read something over their shoulders and then swearing quietly and resuming the pacing. A goblin brought tea, which none of them drank. Then someone brought food, which Sirius ate mechanically without seeming to notice he was doing it. The picture that emerged from the scrolls was enormous. There was no smaller word for it. 35 houses, organized into a kind of hierarchy Harry hadn't known existed. The 5 founders' houses at the top, collectively titled the Prime Five. Below them, 12 ancient houses registered before the Norman conquest. Below those, 18 more registered between the 11th and 17th centuries. Then House Potter, youngest of the group, registered in 1342 but linked by blood magic to every house above it. The whole structure was like a family tree so large it had become a forest. Each house came with specifics. Vaults, God, the vaults. Harry didn't let himself think about the vaults yet because they weren't the important part. Seats, the Wisengamot required a minimum of 3 lords to hold a session. Harry held 35 seats, which meant he could constitute a quorum alone. Political treaty obligations with 14 foreign magical governments. The sovereign designation from 5 of those governments, Egypt's ministry, the North American Confederation, the Japanese Sorcerers' Council, the Celtic Sovereignty, technically dormant but legally unrevoked, and the Pan-African Magical Alliance. And over all of them, the Eternal King designation, which was less a political title and more a metaphysical one. The compact described it as a recognition that one bloodline, in each era, would carry the foundational magical authority of the earth itself. When that bloodline was active, every magical governmental structure in the world held its authority in deference to it, like planets around a sun. They can't ignore this, Remus said, setting down the last scroll. His voice was careful. Any of it. The international law is older than Britain's ministry. It's older than most nations' magical governments. If Fudge tries to suppress it, he'll try, Harry said. He'll try, Remus agreed. And he'll fail. But he'll make it ugly. Let him. Harry leaned back in his chair. His brain was doing something interesting. Rather than feeling overwhelmed, it was sorting. Prioritizing. What do I need to do first? What can wait? What can't? He'd always had this, he realized. The instinct for it. Chess without a board. It had just never had anything to work on before. What do I need to do to formally claim the Wisengamot seats? Appear in the Wisengamot chamber and invoke your claim formally, Remus said. The seats are already yours under law. But presence is required to activate them. It's a formality, technically, but a mandatory one. He paused. You'll need the house rings. The rings. Each ancient house has a signet ring. They're held here in Gringotts. Remus glanced toward the door. Ragnarok will know where. Harry stood up. Then we get the rings. He looked at Sirius, who had stopped pacing and was watching him with an expression Harry couldn't quite read, something between pride and grief and a kind of helpless love that didn't have a clean name. Are you all right? Am I? Sirius stopped. Harry, are you asking me if I'm all right? You've been pacing for 3 hours. You just found out you're the king of the entire magical world. Yeah, well. Harry shrugged, and there was something very deliberately casual about it that made Sirius laugh despite everything, a real laugh, short and surprised. Still need the rings, though. Come on. Ragnarok had, in fact, already prepared for this. The rings were arranged in a velvet-lined case the length of a dining table, organized in the same hierarchical order as the scrolls. 35 rings, ranging from the deep plain gold of House Peveril to the complex, many-stone signet of House Gryffindor, a lion rampant in rubies on hammered gold, and it fit Harry's right index finger like it had been waiting for him specifically. The Slytherin ring was silver with a serpent coiled around a green stone, and Harry picked it up and slid it on without hesitating, which made one of the other goblins in the room make a very small sound of astonishment. Then the Ravenclaw ring, bronze and sapphire. The Hufflepuff ring, warm gold with a honey-yellow stone. The Potter ring last, the one he knew, or thought he knew, because even this one had changed slightly from the descriptions in the scroll, as if it had been waiting to become its complete form. When all 35 rings were on his hands, the magical construction distributing them such that they didn't physically crowd his fingers but existed in a kind of harmonic stack that could be called upon individually, something happened. A sound that wasn't a sound. A pressure in the air like the moment before a storm. Every candle in the vault room burned 3 shades brighter for approximately 1 second. Ragnarok watched this with the expression of a man seeing something he'd only ever read about. "The resonance is complete," he said quietly. "The houses recognize you." Harry looked at his hands. They looked the same. He felt, the way he'd felt at 14 standing on a broomstick for the first time, when his body had remembered something his mind hadn't known yet. That particular alignment. That particular yes. "Ragnarok," he said. "The ministry notification. Can I draft it?" "You may add a formal statement from the recognized heir to accompany the standard compact notification," Ragnarok said. "This is actually your right under the compact. The heir, the king, may choose to announce themselves rather than be announced." His tone was very slightly approving. "Perfect." Harry looked at Remus. "I'll need your help with the wording." "I anticipated that," Remus said, and he'd already found parchment. Harry sat back down at the table, and for a moment he was just a 14-year-old boy who'd come into Gringotts that morning not knowing any of this, sitting in a goblin bank under London with 35 magical rings on his hands and the weight of 1,000 years of dormant law now clicking into place around him. He could feel the strangeness of it. He could feel how it should have been terrifying. But here's the thing about Harry Potter that Dumbledore had always seen and Voldemort had always misread and the Ministry had never understood at all: he had never been afraid of the thing itself. He'd been afraid of being unprepared. He'd been afraid of not being enough. And here, with the blood verification complete and the rings on his hands and Remus across the table and Sirius standing behind his chair like he'd never once in his life intended to stand anywhere else, for the first time, Harry didn't feel unprepared. He didn't feel insufficient. He felt like the problem and the solution were the same size. He picked up the quill. To the Minister for Magic and the full body of the Wizengamot, he wrote, and his handwriting was steady. "I write to inform you that I, Harry James Potter, have today completed a formal inheritance verification at Gringotts Bank under the provisions of the Eternal Compact of 873 AD. The verification has confirmed my status as recognized heir to 35 ancient magical houses and the holder of the Eternal King designation under international magical law. I intend to present myself before the Wizengamot within 72 hours to formally claim my seats. I ask that this notification be treated with the gravity it is legally required to receive." He paused. Then he added, in a slightly different register, still perfectly polite, "I am aware that this news may be unexpected. I am equally aware that the law in this matter is not subject to ministry discretion. I look forward to our conversations." He signed it, H. J. Potter, heir to the ancient houses, Eternal King under the Compact. Remus read it over his shoulder. He was quiet for a moment. "The last line," he said. "Too much." "No," Remus said softly. "No, I think it's exactly right." Sirius read it. He didn't say anything. He just put his hand briefly on Harry's shoulder, firm, steady, the hand of someone who was absolutely present, and that was enough. Ragnarok took the letter. He read it, and then he looked at Harry one more time with those gold eyes, and Harry had the sense that Ragnarok was one of very few people in the world who could look at a 14-year-old boy and see the thing he actually was rather than the thing they expected. "The goblins," Ragnarok said, "have a saying. A king who walks into his throne room is a king. A king who is carried into it is furniture." He inclined his head, a small motion, precise, unmistakable. "You walked in, Mr. Potter." Harry stood. He looked around the vault room, the open scrolls, the velvet case, the still bright candles. He felt the rings on his fingers. He thought about Fudge reading that letter, and the very specific shade of purple his face would probably turn. He thought about 35 families that had been waiting, one way or another, for centuries. He thought about Hermione, who was going to want to read every single one of these scrolls in approximately that order, and about Ron, whose reaction he couldn't quite predict but suspected involved something along the lines of mate. He thought about Voldemort, somewhere out there, rebuilding himself from the dark, believing himself to be the heir to something ancient. He wasn't. He never had been. Harry walked out of the vault room and back through the amber-lit corridor and through the iron-banded door and out into the main banking hall of Gringotts, where the afternoon light came through the high windows in long gold bars and the goblins moved with their brisk efficiency and the world looked, from the outside, exactly the same as it always had. It wasn't, though. Not anymore. He pushed open the front doors of Gringotts and walked out into Diagon Alley, Sirius on his left and Remus on his right, and the warm summer air hit him with all the noise and color and ordinary magic of the world he loved. A wizard 2 stalls down was arguing with a vendor about potion ingredients. A child was pressing her face against the window of quality Quidditch supplies. 3 witches were laughing outside Florian Fortescue's, the sound of it bright and easy in the afternoon. Harry looked at all of it and thought, mine to protect. Not to rule. Not to own. Not in the way the word usually worked. But in the way it mattered, the way a person looks at everything they love and feels the weight of that love becomes something purposeful. Ice cream. Sirius said. Harry laughed, sudden and genuine. Yeah, he said. Absolutely. They went and got ice cream. The letter was already in the air, carried by a goblin courier on a brisk enchanted route toward the Ministry of Magic. Somewhere in a warm office in Whitehall, a man named Cornelius Fudge was having a perfectly ordinary afternoon. It was going to be his last one for quite some time. Chapter 2, The Weight of Names. The Ministry of Magic looked different at 9 in the morning when you were expected. Harry had been here before, sneaking in under an invisibility cloak, heart-hammering, desperate and reactive. That version of this building had been all cold marble and bureaucratic menace, the architecture of institutional power designed to make ordinary people feel small. Today he walked through the visitor entrance with Sirius on one side and Remus on the other, stepped out of the telephone box into the atrium, and let the building be exactly what it was, stone and magic and the smell of old parchment, staffed by people who were mostly just doing their jobs and hadn't yet been told their jobs were about to change. He was wearing the robes Remus had helped him choose the previous evening, not ostentatious, because that wasn't Harry, but good. Dark green, well cut, the kind of thing that said I belong here without shouting it. The rings were on his hands. Not all of them visible at once, the magical layering that Ragnarok had shown him distributing them in a kind of harmonic stack, but present, and with a thought any of them could be called to the surface. He'd practiced that last night too, cross-legged on the bed in the small flat Sirius had borrowed from a friend, cycling through all 35 until the motion felt as natural as breathing. The Ministry Owl had arrived 3 hours after the Gringotts notification. It was unsigned, which told Harry everything about how the next 24 hours were going to go, but its content was simple. The minister requested a meeting at his earliest convenience prior to any Wisengamot appearance. Harry had written back that he'd be happy to speak with the minister directly before the session. At 10 o'clock. The session itself was scheduled for 11. He gave Fudge 1 hour. He thought that was generous. Hermione was already in the atrium when they arrived, sitting very straight on one of the benches near the fountain, a stack of parchment in her lap and a look on her face like someone had given her the most interesting homework assignment of her life and she'd been up since 4 working on it. She stood when she saw Harry, and her eyes went immediately to his hands, specifically to the rings, and her expression did something complicated and rapid that cycled through astonishment, academic delight, and something that was probably affection in about half a second. I read everything I could find last night, she said, by way of greeting. Ragnarok was kind enough to have copies of the public inheritance record sent to me after you old. Harry, the Gryffindor seat alone, the voting weight is classified as a paramount seat, which means it counts for 5 ordinary votes in Wisengamot proceedings. Do you know what that means given the size of your total delegation? 104 votes, Harry said. Hermione stopped. You did the math. Remus did the math. I checked it. It's 107, actually, Remus said pleasantly. 3 of the houses have enhanced voting designations under the compact that I found in a secondary scroll. You missed those because Ragnarok sent you the summary document. Hermione looked at Remus with the expression of someone who has just found an unexpected ally and is very pleased about it. I need the full document. I have it. He handed her a scroll. She took it immediately and started reading while simultaneously walking, which was a skill Harry found genuinely impressive. How are you? Harry asked her, because sometimes Hermione needed someone to pull her out of her head for a moment. Brilliant, she said, without looking up. Terrified. Mostly brilliant. She glanced at him then, quickly, the real look under the academic focus. You. Ready, he said. She held his gaze for a second. Then she nodded, the small decisive one, and went back to the scroll. Cornelius Fudge's office was on level 2, and it was exactly the kind of room that told you everything about the man who occupied it before he opened his mouth. Large. Well-appointed. The kind of large and well-appointed that was less about taste and more about demonstration, every piece of furniture arranged to communicate importance rather than comfort. The desk was enormous. The portraits of previous ministers lined the walls in heavy gilt frames. The window behind the desk was the best one on the floor, enchanted to show whatever view Fudge preferred, currently the Thames on a sunny morning, which Harry suspected was chosen for its implication of command rather than any actual attachment to the river. Fudge himself was standing when Harry entered, which might have been intended as a power move, don't let the boys sit first, but managed instead to look slightly frantic. He was a stocky man with a florid face and the manner of someone who'd spent years confusing loudness with confidence. His lime green bowler hat was on the desk rather than his head, which Harry clocked as a sign that he'd been moving around the room. Nervous, then. Trying to project calm and not quite getting there. There were 2 other men in the room. One Harry didn't recognize, ministry robes, legal department by the look of the insignia. The other was Dolores Umbridge, sitting to Fudge's left with her hands folded in her lap and a smile that never reached her eyes, dressed in pink the color of something that wanted to be sweet and wasn't. Harry looked at her for exactly 1 second and then looked away, filing her as a secondary concern. She noticed. He could feel it. Harry, my boy, Fudge said, coming forward with his hand extended in the hearty, practiced way of a politician who'd shaken 1,000 hands. Good of you to come. Harry shook the hand, because he wasn't here to be rude. Minister. He glanced at the chairs in front of the desk. Mind if we sit? Of course, of course. Fudge was already moving back behind the desk, resettling into the buffer zone of his authority. Harry took the central chair. Sirius sat to his left. Remus to his right. Hermione had positioned herself slightly behind and to Harry's right, which he recognized as her preferred spot when she was acting as reference material rather than participant, close enough to pass notes, far enough to observe. Fudge looked at Sirius. A brief flicker of discomfort crossed his face, which was interesting. Sirius Black, he said. Cornelius, Sirius said, with the easy warmth of someone who knows exactly how much the other person dislikes them. Mr. Black is here as my family representative, Harry said. Remus Lupin is here as my legal advisor. Hermione Granger is here as my research counsel. He let that sit for a moment. You had things you wanted to discuss before the session. Fudge sat down. He picked up a parchment from his desk, then set it down, then adjusted his collar. Then he settled. Harry, I'll be direct with you. Please. This situation. He gestured at the Heir vaguely. The Gringotts notification. The compact designation. I want you to understand that I am not dismissing its significance. The ministry takes inheritance law very seriously. He paused, in the way of someone who's rehearsed the next part. However, the Eternal Compact is a 1300-year-old document. Much of its legal framework has been superseded by modern governance structures. Many of these sovereignty designations are essentially historical curiosities at this point. Ceremonial, you might say. Harry looked at him. So what I'd like to propose, Fudge continued, gaining momentum, is a collaborative approach. We form a working group. Ministry representatives, Gringotts liaisons, your own advisors. We review the relevant documents, determine which designations carry practical modern validity, and develop a framework that respects your heritage while, no, Harry said. Fudge blinked. He'd clearly expected more ground to cover before that word arrived. I beg your pardon. No to the working group. Harry's voice was conversational. No heat in it, which was somehow more final than anger would have been. The compact isn't ambiguous. Ragnarok has the full legal analysis and it's available to you upon request, but the short version is this: the Eternal Compact has never been superseded because it was written specifically to be unsupersedable. Every magical government in the world, including the British ministry, ratified it or inherited the ratification from their predecessor institutions. It is, legally speaking, the oldest continuously valid piece of magical international law in existence. He leaned forward slightly. I have 35 Wisengamot seats, Minister. Under the paramount voting designations, those seats carry 107 votes. The current full Wisengamot has 212 members. I represent 50.4% of the vote. The legal officer in the corner made a sound. Fudge's color had shifted from florid to something approaching the hue of old cheese. Now, Harry said, I'm not here to be unreasonable. The Eternal King designation is international in scope, and I have no intention of walking into the French ministry and rearranging their furniture. Sovereignty doesn't mean control, it means responsibility. I understand the distinction. He held Fudge's gaze. But the British Wisengamot seats are domestic law. They're mine today. The session starts in an hour. I'll be taking my seats. That's, Fudge sputtered. The protocols for seating, there's a process. The process is that a recognized heir invokes their claim in the chamber and the seats are granted. There's no ministry approval required. It's self-executing under the compact. Hermione spoke quietly from behind Harry's shoulder, and she did it in the particular tone she used when she was reciting something she'd memorized perfectly and knew you couldn't argue with. Section 14, Paragraph 3 of the Eternal Compact, ratified by the British Wisengamot in 1209 AD and subsequently confirmed by the Acts of Magical Governance in both 1347 and 1612. Would you like the page references? Umbridge made a small sound. It was the sound of someone recalibrating. Fudge looked from Hermione to Harry to Sirius, who was watching all of this with the serene expression of a man having a genuinely good morning. Then he looked at the legal officer, who gave a tiny, almost imperceptible shake of his head that communicated we cannot block this with tremendous efficiency. Harry, Fudge said, and his tone had shifted, the politician's pivot, the reframe. He was going for paternal now, the warm uncle version. You're 14 years old. I know you've had extraordinary experiences. But the Wisengamot is a complex institution. The relationships between houses, the history, I have 35 of them, Harry said, pleasantly. I'll figure it out. Fudge's jaw tightened. The paternal warmth cracked at the edges and underneath it Harry could see what was actually there, not evil, exactly. Not the grand theatrical darkness of Voldemort's ambition. Something meaner and more common. A man who'd built his career on the comfortable operation of a system that worked for people like him, and who looked at Harry the way a chess player looks at a piece that suddenly started making moves of its own. Fear wearing the costume of authority. The Wisengamot will have questions, Fudge said finally. Good, Harry said. So will I. He stood, and the meeting was over. "We'll see you in there, Minister." He walked out of the office with Sirius and Remus on either side and Hermione a half-step behind, and in the corridor outside, Sirius exhaled slowly through his nose. 50.4%, he said. "Hermione's number," Harry said. "I double-checked it," Remus said. "It's correct," Hermione confirmed. "I checked it twice and then once more to be sure." She paused. The look on his face when I cited the page reference. "Beautiful," Sirius said, without irony. They walked toward the lifts, and Harry allowed himself 10 seconds of something that wasn't quite smugness but lived in the same neighborhood, the specific satisfaction of knowing exactly what you were doing and doing it well. Then the lift arrived and the doors opened and the 10 seconds were over, because there was still work to do. The Wizengamot convened at 11 on the second level, in a chamber that was larger than it appeared from the outside, one of those magical spaces that had been quietly extended over centuries to accommodate the institution's growth. It was circular, with tiered seating arranged in concentric arcs, each member's seat identified by a brass nameplate and, for the ancient houses, by the carved insignia of their respective family. The chief warlock's position was at the center of the lowest level, elevated slightly on a speaking platform. Everything was dark wood and old stone and the particular seriousness of spaces designed to feel permanent. Harry had been here once before, in this very room, for his own disciplinary hearing. The memory of it was sharp and unpleasant, the way the chamber had been stacked against him, every procedural choice designed to make a 15-year-old feel like a criminal. He stood in the entrance now and looked at the tiered seats and let the memory exist without giving it weight. Different day. Different position. The chamber was filling. Wizengamot members in their plum-colored robes took their seats with the practiced ease of routine, speaking quietly to neighbors, reviewing parchments. A few noticed Harry at the entrance. Then a few more. Word moved through the chamber the way it always does in a room full of people who pay close attention to everything, a ripple, a series of small adjustments, a collective shift in atmospheric pressure. Dumbledore was in the chief warlock's seat. Harry had wondered about this, about how Dumbledore would play it. Their relationship was complicated by what Harry now knew, that Dumbledore had known about the Potter vaults and the inheritance structure, at least in broad strokes, for years. He hadn't told Harry. Whether that was protection or control or some combination of both that Dumbledore himself probably couldn't untangle, Harry hadn't yet decided. But when Dumbledore looked up and met his eyes across the chamber, Harry met his gaze steadily and held it, and whatever Dumbledore saw there made him settle back slightly in his chair, a small movement, an adjustment of his own position, a man recognizing that the geography of a relationship has changed. He gave Harry a nod. Not the warm, avuncular twinkling. A real one. Respectful. Harry nodded back. He took his seat. Or rather, the process of taking his seat was something Ragnarok had explained and Hermione had rehearsed with him for an hour the previous evening. He walked to the center of the chamber floor, which was protocol for any member invoking a new claim. He faced the chief warlock's platform. He spoke. "I am Harry James Potter," he said, and his voice carried in the old stone room without effort. "Blood-verified heir to the ancient houses of Potter, Peveril, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and 30 additional ancient houses recognized under the Eternal Compact of 873 AD. I invoke my claim to the associated Wizengamot seats and ask that the body acknowledge the verification completed at Gringotts yesterday under the Compact protocols." He reached into his robes, a gesture Ragnarok had told him was traditional, and produced the Gringotts verification seal. It was a small disc of bronze, stamped with the balancing scales, and it held the legally binding record of yesterday's ritual. He held it up, and the magic in it caught the light and threw it in all directions, briefly illuminating the whole chamber in warm gold, and there was a sound from the Wizengamot that wasn't quite a gasp and wasn't quite silence. It was the sound of a room full of people recalibrating very quickly. Dumbledore rose. "The claim is presented. Does the body acknowledge the Gringotts verification?" There was a procedural pause where objections could be raised. Harry watched the chamber. Several members were looking at Fudge, who was seated in his special observer's position to the right of the chief warlock's platform, his expression rigid and unreadable. Fudge didn't move. Umbridge, seated in the row below him, started to rise. Harry watched her get approximately 3 inches off her seat before something stopped her. She glanced at the legal officer beside her, who leaned in and said something in her ear, and she sat back down. Whatever had been said was quiet but evidently definitive. "The verification is acknowledged," Dumbledore said. "The seats are granted." And that was it, really. That was the thing about self-executing law, it didn't need a ceremony. Somewhere in the administrative enchantments of the chamber, 35 brass nameplates flickered, sharpened, adjusted. The seating architecture of an institution that had defined British magical governance for centuries shifted to accommodate something it hadn't held in over 1,000 years. Harry walked to his primary seat, House Potter, center of the second tier, and sat down. Around him, the chamber settled back into its rhythms, though nothing was quite the same temperature it had been 5 minutes ago. Hermione, in the observer's gallery above, was making notes at a speed that suggested she was writing in her own personal shorthand. Sirius, beside her, was watching the Wizengamot members' faces with the focused assessment of a man cataloging who was surprised, who was angry, and who was waiting to see what happened next. Remus had a book open in his lap that Harry suspected he was not actually reading. The session's formal business began. Fudge presented 3 items: a proposed extension of the creature registration requirements, a budget allocation for the Aura department, and a motion about Quidditch pitch safety standards. Each item was read out with the mechanical efficiency of an agenda that had been prepared before the room changed, before the 35 seats filled with the weight of one person's claim, and there was something almost comical about the normalcy of it, the Ministry of Magic attempting to have a routine morning in the middle of the most significant legal event in 3 centuries. Harry voted on each item. His vote registered, audibly, through the chamber's counting enchantments. 107. Every time. The sound the counter made was different for paramount votes, a deeper tone, a bronze resonance that hung in the air a moment longer than a standard vote. The first time it happened, a member 3 rows above Harry made a visible effort not to look at him. The second time, she didn't bother trying. After the formal business concluded, Dumbledore indicated the open session. "The floor is available for statements and questions." A witch in the upper tier stood, Augusta Longbottom, Harry recognized, Neville's grandmother. She was a formidable woman with an air of permanent mild disapproval that Harry had always found secretly reassuring, because it was clearly impartial. She turned it on everyone equally. "I have a question for the newly seated member," she said, and her voice was crisp as a formal document. "Harry Potter. Your claim covers 35 houses. That is, unprecedented in living memory, or in the memory of anyone currently alive. I want to know your intentions with respect to the British governance structure." Harry stood. This was also protocol. "Madam Longbottom. My intentions are straightforward. These seats represent 35 family legacies, most of them dating back further than the ministry itself. I intend to use them accordingly, to serve the interests of magical Britain, including its Muggleborn and half-blood populations, its magical creatures, and the members of this body who've been unable to effect change because the voting balance hasn't allowed it." He paused. "The Eternal King designation is not a tool I intend to wield domestically beyond what the law allows. But the law does allow for the oversight of ministerial action under the Compact's governance provisions, and if the ministry acts against the welfare of the people it's meant to serve, I will use every legal avenue available to me." Augusta Longbottom looked at him for a long moment. Then she sat down without further comment, which Harry suspected was a form of approval. A second member stood, a broad man with a merchant's rings on his fingers, one of the hereditary seats, name of Avery. Harry had a note about the Avery family that Hermione had written in the margin of last night's research, Death Eater family. Hereditary seat. Voted against you twice during the hearing in your 3rd year. This is a child, Avery said, addressing the chamber rather than Harry directly. Playing at politics. The compact designation is, the compact is an ancient document. Surely we're not going to restructure the governance of magical Britain because a goblin ritual matched a 14-year-old's blood to a registry. The 14-year-old is present, Harry said, still standing. And the goblin ritual is the same legal mechanism that verified your family's seat in this chamber, so I'd be careful about dismissing it. That got a reaction. A ripple of something through the chamber, not quite amusement, but a release of tension, the kind a sharp word produces when it lands well. Avery's face went red and closed. Furthermore, Harry continued, and here Hermione had spent 20 minutes coaching him on this particular point, the compact doesn't provide for age restrictions on recognized heirs. The minimum age for standard Wisengamot membership is 17. The compact designation supersedes domestic age requirements for ancient house seats, which is documented in the 1847 Governance Harmonization Act, Section 9. So the question of my age is legally moot. He looked at Avery directly. If you have a substantive objection to the verification itself, you're welcome to challenge it at Gringotts. But you'd need to demonstrate a discrepancy in the blood records, and I don't think you'll find one. Avery sat down. He looked furious in the way of a man who had expected the conversation to go differently and was now reassessing. 3 more members asked questions. Harry answered each one, clearly, specifically, without hedging or deferring. He'd thought about this. The temptation when you're new to a room and aware of the skepticism in it is to soften your positions, to qualify, to leave room for others to feel comfortable. But softness in this context wouldn't be read as reasonableness. It would be read as uncertainty, and uncertainty invited testing. He was here. He was staying. The law was clear. He didn't need to apologize for any of it. Dumbledore listened to all of it from the central platform with an expression that Harry couldn't fully read but suspected contained a significant amount of something like relief. The old man had been carrying the weight of Harry's potential for a long time, and some part of that weight had just distributed itself. The session broke at 12:30. Members filed out, the usual clusters forming, alliances checking in, opponents regrouping. Fudge left quickly, with Umbridge at his elbow, and Harry watched them go and noted that neither of them looked at him on the way out. That was its own kind of information. Augusta Longbottom approached him in the aisle. Up close she was even more direct than at a distance, which was saying something. You handled Avery well, she said. I had good research. Research alone doesn't give you that. She examined him with the measuring quality of someone who has assessed many people in this room over many years and has calibrated opinions about most of them. My grandson speaks well of you. Neville's good people, Harry said, meaning it. He is, she said, simply. Then, you'll have allies here. Not all of them obvious ones. Some of the mid-tier houses have been waiting for a voting balance that didn't favor the ministerial bloc for a very long time. She paused. And you'll have enemies. Also not all of them obvious. I know, Harry said. She looked at him one more time. Then she gave him the nod, the same nod Dumbledore had given him, the same one that meant something specific from people who rarely gave it. Good day, Mr. Potter. She walked away with the purposeful gait of someone who had several more things to do before lunch. In the corridor outside, Sirius appeared with 2 cups of terrible ministry canteen coffee and pressed one into Harry's hands. Harry drank it gratefully, because it had been a long morning and the adrenaline was wearing off at the edges. Avery's going to be a problem, Sirius said. He's going to go to Voldemort, Harry said quietly. Or whoever's managing communications on that side right now. Give it 2 days. Sirius looked at him over his coffee cup. You know that for certain? Not for certain. But it fits. Harry leaned against the corridor wall, letting himself just stand still for a moment. Avery's family was Death Eaters. He's been sitting in that chamber voting against reform for years because the voting balance gave him cover. Now it doesn't. He looked at his hands, specifically at the serpentine coil of the Slytherin ring. Voldemort thinks the Slytherin line is his. His entire identity is built around it. When he finds out I'm the primary heir, he'll come for you, Sirius said. He was already coming for me, Harry said. At least now I'll know what shape it takes. He looked up. Where's Hermione? Already back at the flat. She was writing on 3 different pieces of parchment simultaneously when I left her. I think she might be corresponding with foreign ministries. Harry laughed. Of course she is. Remus came around the corner from the stairwell, having apparently navigated the building through some route other than the main corridor. Dumbledore would like a word, he said. I know. Harry had expected this. Where? His office at Hogwarts. Tomorrow morning, if you're amenable. Tell him I'll be there. Harry paused. Tell him I'd like a full accounting of what he knew about the inheritance structure and when he knew it. Remus was quiet for a moment. That's going to be an interesting conversation. Yes, Harry agreed. It is. He finished the terrible coffee. Outside the ministry's enchanted windows, the afternoon had settled into the particular golden quality of July, warm and unhurried, like the world had no idea what was happening in its most important rooms. Harry handed the empty cup back to Sirius and straightened up and thought about tomorrow, about Hogwarts, about the letters Hermione was probably already composing to 14 international magical governments, about Neville, who he needed to contact today. About Daphne Greengrass, who he'd noticed in the observers' gallery during the session, Slytherin 5th year, sitting 3 rows behind Hermione, watching the proceedings with careful grey eyes that tracked his every move with an attention that was something other than simple curiosity. He'd noticed her noticing him. He hadn't looked away. She hadn't either. He'd think about that later. Right now, he took the lift down to the atrium with Sirius and Remus, walked through the golden hall with its fountain and its noise and its ordinary magic, and pushed out through the exit into the London afternoon, the first full day of everything that was coming. Somewhere in the ministry, Cornelius Fudge was sitting in his large office with the Thames view, looking at the voting record from this morning's session, and understanding that the system he'd managed for 9 years had just changed under his feet in ways he didn't yet have the tools to measure. Somewhere in an undisclosed location, a dark presence that had been patient for 13 years felt a tremor in the magical world, a resonance in the bloodlines, the Slytherin inheritance ringing like a struck bell, but from the wrong direction, from an impossible direction, from someone who wasn't supposed to exist. And somewhere in Diagon Alley, a girl with grey eyes and a Slytherin scarf was sitting in a cafe, writing a letter she'd restarted 4 times, trying to figure out the right way to tell the Eternal King that someone in his new world was already planning to kill him. Chapter 3, Green and Silver. The letter arrived at breakfast. Harry was at the small table in the flat's kitchen, working through a plate of eggs Sirius had cooked with considerably more enthusiasm than skill, while Hermione sat across from him surrounded by a constellation of open books and correspondence that had expanded overnight like something biological. Remus was reading The Prophet, which had run the Wizengamot story on the front page under the headline Boy Who Lived claims unprecedented Wizengamot majority, Ministry declines comment. The photograph below it was from the session, a quick shot someone had managed to take as Harry stood on the chamber floor, and the lighting had caught the rings on his hands and the set of his jaw in a way that made him look older than 14 and considerably more certain than he'd felt at the time. The owl was a small one, grey, with a Hogwarts emblem on its leg band that Harry didn't recognize, not a school owl. A personal one. It dropped the letter beside his plate and immediately departed, which was unusual. Most owls waited for a response or at least accepted a piece of toast. No seal on the envelope. Just his name, written in a precise, economical hand that told you the person who wrote it had been taught proper penmanship and had decided to use it efficiently rather than prettily. Potter, it read. I need to speak with you. Not by letter, in person, and privately. I have information about a serious threat to your safety that I obtained through channels I can't explain in writing without compromising the source. I know you have no reason to trust me. I'm asking you to anyway, because the alternative is that you walk into your first week of this new situation without knowing what's already moving against you. I'll be at the Leaky Cauldron today at 2 o'clock. If you're not there, I'll understand. But I'll also know you're either better informed than I think, or taking a risk you shouldn't. It was signed, D. Greengrass. Harry set the letter down. He picked up his fork, ate a bite of egg, and looked at the ceiling for a moment. What is it? Hermione asked, without looking up from her book. He handed her the letter. She read it in about 4 seconds, which was normal for Hermione. Her eyes came up. Daphne Greengrass. You know her. She's in my year. Slytherin. Hermione set the letter on the table with the particular care of someone deciding where something fits in a larger organizational system. She's very private. Keeps high marks without drawing attention to them. Her family is old money, ancient house status, but not one of the ones in your inheritance cluster. They've maintained a formal neutrality during and since the war. She paused. She's not stupid. No, Harry said. The letter's not stupid either. Remus lowered the prophet. He'd been reading over his glasses in the way he did when something had his full attention but he didn't want to interrupt. He picked up the letter and read it, and his expression did the thing where it went still and careful. She saw you yesterday, he said. In the observer's gallery. I noticed her. So did I, Remus said. She arrived 10 minutes before the session started and stayed until the last member left. That's not casual observation. He set the letter down. She's been watching the situation develop. She had this information before the session, which means she's had it for at least 24 hours. The fact that she didn't use it to ingratiate herself with Fudge or anyone else in the ministerial block, tells us something, Harry said. It tells us something, Remus agreed. Sirius had been leaning in the kitchen doorway, listening with his arms crossed. Could be a setup, he said. Could be, Harry said. But she said in person and private. If she wanted to set me up she'd push for somewhere more isolated. He thought about the gray eyes in the observer's gallery, the attention that wasn't performance. I want to go. Then I'll go, Sirius said immediately. You won't. Harry looked at him. If she's taking a risk coming to me with this, showing up with a full security detail tells her I don't trust her, which means she doesn't tell me everything. He picked up the letter again. I'll take Hermione. Hermione looked up. Her expression was the specific one that meant I have 3 concerns and I'm prioritizing them rapidly, but what she said was, what time? 2. She checked her watch. That gives me 4 hours. I'm going to find everything that's publicly available about the Greengrass family before we go. She was already reaching for a fresh piece of parchment. I have a file, Remus said. Her hand stopped. You have a file. I have files on most of the ancient houses. Old habit. He stood and went to his bag, which he'd packed with what appeared to be approximately 1/3 of the British Library's magical section, and produced a folder. He put it on the table in front of Hermione, who opened it immediately and started reading with the focused intensity of a person genuinely in her element. Harry finished his eggs. The Leaky Cauldron at 2 in the afternoon was quiet in the way pubs are quiet before the evening crowds, a handful of regulars, the smell of warm ale and fireplace, Tom the barman polishing glasses with the meditative efficiency of long practice. Harry and Hermione came through the back from Diagon Alley rather than the Muggle entrance, and Harry spotted Daphne Greengrass immediately because she'd chosen the booth in the back corner, which was what you did when you didn't want to be observed. She was in Muggle clothes, jeans, a pale grey jumper, her dark hair loose rather than in the Hogwarts plaits she usually wore. This was, Harry recognized, deliberate. She'd dressed to be unidentifiable as a Hogwarts student and specifically as a Slytherin. She had a cup of tea in front of her and she was sitting with the composed stillness of someone who'd been waiting and wasn't going to betray that the waiting had been tense. She looked up when they approached and her eyes moved from Harry to Hermione and back with a quick, precise assessment. I said privately, she said. Hermione isn't optional, Harry said. She's my counsel. He slid into the seat across from her. Hermione sat beside him. You came. Good. You came, Daphne said. I wasn't certain you would. Your letter was good, Harry said. Specific without being specific. You didn't oversell the threat or undersell it. And you gave me a reason to trust you without asking me to. He looked at her. Who taught you to write like that? Something shifted in her expression, not softening exactly, but a fractional adjustment, like a door that was ajar rather than shut. My mother, she said. She's a very practical woman. I'd like to meet her sometime. He meant it, and she registered that he meant it, and the door opened another degree. Tell me what you know. Daphne wrapped both hands around her teacup. It was a composed gesture, but it wasn't quite as relaxed as she'd intended it to be. You understand that what I'm about to tell you compromises my position in Slytherin House significantly. I understand. And that I'm doing it anyway because, she stopped. Started again. Because the alternative is doing nothing, and I've spent 4 years in that house doing nothing about things that bothered me, and I've decided I'm finished with it. Harry waited. There's a group, Daphne said. Not official. Not registered anywhere or connected to any acknowledged structure. 8 Slytherin students, ranging from 5th to 7th year. Draco Malfoy runs the meetings, but he's not the one with the plan, he's too impatient to plan. The plan comes from his correspondence with someone outside Hogwarts. She paused. I don't know who the contact is. I've seen 3 letters, but the signature was always removed before the letters were shared in the group. The handwriting was educated, older, careful. What's the plan? Hermione asked. Daphne looked at her. I know you, Granger. We've been in the same year for 4 years. I know you too, Hermione said. You've never once treated me like the name they call me in your common room. A beat. No, Daphne said. I haven't. She looked back at Harry. The plan is an assassination. Not complex, they don't have the resources for complex. The idea is to catch you before you're established. In the first week back at Hogwarts, before you've had time to understand your own protection. They want to use a cursed object. She reached into her bag and produced a folded piece of parchment. I copied what I could from the letters. Dates, method, enough to identify the object if you can find it. Harry took the parchment. He unfolded it and read, and Hermione leaned in beside him and read simultaneously. The notes were precise, Daphne's same economical hand, details about an object called the Darkwood clasp, a brooch cursed with a delayed contact poison that was activated by magical signature. You had to touch it while it was attuned to your specific blood signature, and it would kill you slowly enough that the cause might not be identified for days. A contact curse, Hermione murmured. Blood attuned. That requires a sample of your blood, Harry. The second task, Harry said immediately. The weighing of the wands last year. Any of a dozen moments. He set the parchment down. Where's the clasp now? I don't know, Daphne said. That's the problem. They have it. Or they're getting it. The last letter I saw was from 3 days ago. It might not even be in Britain yet. Harry nodded slowly. He was quiet for a moment, running through the architecture of it, the moving pieces, the timeline, the point of maximum exposure. Then he looked at Daphne. How much did it cost you to come to me? She met his eyes. She had very gray eyes, he noticed, the specific gray of early morning rather than storm clouds, light in it, not dark. It's not a cost I've calculated yet, she said, and it was the most honest thing anyone had said to him in days. I'll find out when I go back. You don't have to go back, Harry said. I know. She picked up her teacup. I'm going back anyway. Why? Because you need someone in that room, she said, simply. And I've been there for 4 years already. The cost of the next few months is less than the cost of not knowing what they're planning. Harry looked at her for a long moment. She held the look without difficulty, which he appreciated. Some people got uncomfortable when he was direct. She wasn't one of them. I can offer you protection if it goes wrong, he said. Formally, as a recognized house. If you're acting as intelligence for my household, you fall under the protection of, I know what I fall under, she said, not unkindly. You have the Peveril House seal. The protection covenant attached to it is one of the oldest in Britain. I read the inheritance records that Gringotts filed publicly. A slight pause. I read them very early this morning. You don't sleep much, Harry said. Not when something interesting is happening. The corner of Harry's mouth moved. She saw it and looked away at her teacup, and there was a brief moment where the leaky cauldron was just a pub in the afternoon and two people were having a perfectly ordinary non-conversation inside a complicated one. Hermione, who had been watching all of this with the expression of someone cataloging data she would process later, cleared her throat. The Darkwood clasp. I need everything you have on it, description, any maker's marks mentioned in the correspondence, any indication of where it's coming from. Daphne transferred her attention to Hermione with the ease of someone who could shift gears. The correspondence mentioned a contact in Europe. The word used was continental acquisition. The brooch itself is described as silver, about the size of a galleon, with an engraving of a three-branched tree. It was made in the early 19th century by a dark objects craftsman whose name was never given, only the city, which I think was Prague, from context. Hermione was writing. That's enough to start with, she said, and her tone was the one that meant I'll have more within the hour. Harry sat back. Daphne. She looked at him. Thank you, he said. Not diplomatically. Actually. She held his gaze for a second too long, then looked down at her tea. Don't get killed before term starts, she said. It would make this whole morning pointless. They walked back through Diagon Alley with the afternoon moving around them, and Harry was already thinking about Draco. Draco Malfoy was a problem he'd been managing for 4 years in the way you manage something that's annoying and occasionally dangerous but not worth the energy of a real confrontation. That calculation had just changed. Draco wasn't acting independently, the letter indicated an outside contact with resources, but he was the operational center of the group, and the group was the most immediate threat. Harry needed to know where the Darkwood clasp was and he needed that information before term started. Which meant he needed to talk to Draco. Not around him. Not through intermediaries. Directly. You're thinking about going to see Malfoy, Hermione said. Yes. Today. I know where his family's London property is. Harry had found this in the house records. The Malfoys maintained a townhouse in a magically concealed street near Knightsbridge. If I go today, before he has time to hear about my Wizengamot appearance and adjust his approach, he'll have heard, Hermione said. The prophet ran it this morning. Then I go in knowing he's heard, Harry said. That might actually be better. He'll be off balance. Hermione was quiet for half a block. Then, you want me to come? I want you to wait near the street entrance with a communication coin. If I'm not back in 40 minutes, I'm coming in, she said. You're getting serious and coming in, Harry corrected. Fine. She didn't sound happy about it. Harry, Draco Malfoy has been antagonizing you since you were 11. I know. He is not going to react well to you showing up at his house. No, Harry agreed. But he's going to react. And his reaction is going to tell me things. He looked at her. Draco does a lot of things because he's supposed to, because his father expects it or his house expects it or Voldemort's people expect it. But he's not actually stupid, and he's not actually brave, and when he's surprised his first instinct is always to assess rather than attack. He paused. I want to surprise him. I want to see who he is when nobody's watching him perform. Hermione considered this. That's actually quite a sophisticated read, she said. I've been watching him for 4 years. So have I. I mostly wanted to hex him. I mostly did too, Harry said. But you pay attention to people you want to hex. You learn things. The house in Knightsbridge was muggle-invisible, the enchantment so seamlessly woven that Harry could look directly at it and his gaze wanted to slide off. He had to consciously push against that instinct and hold his focus. The door was black, with a silver knocker in the shape of a serpent. Very on brand. He knocked. A house elf opened the door, looked at Harry with enormous frightened eyes, and disappeared immediately without a word. Harry stood in the doorway and waited. He could hear movement deeper in the house, footsteps, then stillness, then footsteps again. Draco Malfoy appeared at the end of the entrance hall. He was in expensive casual clothes, his hair slightly less gelled than at school, and his face went through approximately 4 expressions in the span of 2 seconds, surprise, contempt, calculation, and then something that wasn't quite any of those, something more complicated. He stopped about 10 feet from the door. "Potter," he said. "Malfoy." Harry stepped inside, because waiting in the doorway was a performance of uncertainty and he wasn't uncertain. "Nice house." Draco's jaw tightened. "How did you find public inheritance records?" "Your family's London property is listed." Harry looked around the entrance hall, marble floors, portraits in the Malfoy silver-grey palette, the particular cold elegance of a house that had been decorated to intimidate. "Is your father home?" "No." "Good." Harry looked at Draco. "Then we can talk without it being complicated." "We have nothing to talk about." "Daphne Greengrass thinks we do," Harry said. "And I think she's right." The name landed. Harry watched it land, the way Draco's composure fractured slightly at the edges, a quick recalculation happening behind his eyes. He hadn't expected Daphne to move, Harry realized. Draco had trusted the internal Slytherin code of silence and Daphne had broken it, and Draco was now working out what that meant for his timeline. "I don't know what she told you," Draco said, and his voice had gone careful. "She told me enough," Harry said. "She told me about the group and the contact in the Darkwood clasp. She told me the timeline." He paused. "I'm not here to threaten you, Draco. I'm here because you're smarter than this plan and you know it." Draco's chin came up. "I don't know what you're running an assassination plot," Harry said, clearly and without drama, the way you state a fact that both parties already know. "Against a person who just claimed 35 Wisengamot seats and Eternal King designation under international law. Think about what that means practically. Not what it means to your father's contact or to whoever's directing this. What it means for you, specifically, personally, in about 3 months when the Ministry can't protect you from the legal consequences of an attempt on a protected sovereign and your father's in Azkaban and you're 17 and every house in my cluster is looking for someone to make an example of." The color had drained from Draco's face. Not from fear exactly, from the rapid processing of a scenario he'd apparently been too caught up in the performance of to actually model out to its conclusion. "You can't prove any of this," he said, but it was automatic, defensive, the words of a script rather than a genuine position. "I don't need to prove it," Harry said. "I need you to stop it. The clasp, the group, the correspondence with whoever's running this. End it. And if I don't, then it plays out the way it plays out," Harry said, "and you know how it ends for you." He looked at Draco directly, the way he rarely had in 4 years, the way you rarely look at someone you're in constant low-grade conflict with because actually looking means actually seeing. Draco was pale and young and carrying something heavy in the line of his shoulders that had been put there by someone else and had been there so long he'd stopped noticing the weight. "I'm also going to ask you something and I'd like an honest answer." "Why would I give you an honest answer?" "Because I'm not your enemy," Harry said. "I've never been your enemy. I've been the person you were told to be enemies with. There's a difference." He paused. "Who is the contact?" "The person sending the letters." Draco was quiet. His hands were very still at his sides, and Harry had learned enough about Draco Malfoy over 4 years to know that Draco's hands being still meant something. It was the tell of a person who trained themselves not to fidget and who was currently maintaining that training under significant strain. "I don't know," Draco said finally. "That's the truth. I've never met them. The letters come through a proxy. He looked at the floor. The handwriting is distinctive. He stopped. Describe it. Formal. Very controlled. Old school style, the kind of penmanship they don't teach anymore. A pause. There was a wax seal on the first letter before the seals got removed. I only saw it once. It was a half-moon with a star beneath it. Harry stored that detail. Thank you, he said. Draco looked up sharply. I'm not helping you. You just did, Harry said. That's fine. You don't have to call it helping. He turned toward the door. The clasp, Draco. Find a way to make sure it doesn't arrive, or make sure I know when it does. I'm not asking you to become a spy. I'm asking you to not let a plan that was never going to work get you destroyed along with it. He opened the front door. The London afternoon was outside, warm and ordinary, completely unconcerned with what had just happened in an entrance hall in Knightsbridge. Potter, Draco said behind him. Harry paused without turning around. The group has a meeting Thursday night, Draco said. In the Leaky Cauldron's private room. If you were there, not you, but someone, they'd hear the contact's name. Harry turned. He looked at Draco for a moment, at the set jaw and the defensive posture and the something underneath both that was the original person before the expectations got applied. You're going to have a rough year, he said, not unkindly. I have rough years regularly, Draco said. I know. Harry stepped out the door. It gets easier when you stop pretending. He walked back down the street without looking back, and he found Hermione waiting at the corner with her watch in her hand, and 32 minutes elapsed and a look on her face that cycled through relief, curiosity, and you're going to tell me everything right now in very rapid succession. How? She said. He told me about a Thursday meeting, Harry said. And about a wax seal. Half moon with a star beneath. Hermione stopped walking. Harry, she said. Half moon with a star. That's the sigil of the Sealnick Brotherhood. The what? Old Dark Society. Pre-Ministry. They officially disbanded in 1890, but there have been rumors of a remnant faction operating out of. She was already reaching for the bag that was never not full of reference material. I need to check something. Don't let me forget, Hermione. Right. Walking. I'm walking. She fell back into step beside him. How did you get him to tell you? I talked to him like a person, Harry said. She was quiet for a second. That's simply. Most people just want someone to talk to them like a person, Harry said. Draco especially. Nobody in his life actually talks to him. He looked at the busy Muggle street ahead of them, the afternoon crowd, the absolute indifference of the non-magical world going about its business. He's not the threat. He's being used by the threat. You almost sound sympathetic. I am sympathetic, Harry said. That doesn't mean I'm not watching him. That evening, Harry wrote 3 letters. One to Neville, I need you. Come to London if you can. I'll explain everything in person. One to Ragnarok, asking for any records Gringotts held that referenced the Sealnick Brotherhood. And one that he worked on for considerably longer, revising it twice before he was satisfied with the draft. He sent it to Daphne Greengrass at her family's estate in Wiltshire. The information you gave me was accurate and it led somewhere useful. The Thursday meeting, I know about it. You don't need to be there. I'm handling it through other means. But I want you to know I haven't forgotten what it cost you to come to me today, and I haven't undervalued it. There may come a time when the position you're in becomes untenable. When it does, I'd like you to know that there's a place in my household for someone who does what you did this morning, who takes the difficult option because it's right rather than waiting for it to be safe. I don't need more people who wait for it to be safe. I have plenty of those. Thank you for not being one of them. Harry he read it over one more time. He almost added something else. He decided not to, and sent it. Sirius materialized in the doorway as the owl departed with a cup of tea in each hand and the expression of a man who'd been listening to the sound of quill on parchment for too long. "Who was that to?" "Greengrass," Harry said, taking the tea. Sirius sat down opposite him. He was quiet for a moment, which was its own kind of statement from Sirius, who was rarely quiet when he had something to say. "She's Slytherin," he said eventually. "Yes. Your father would have made a terrible king," Harry said, without heat. "Because he'd have dismissed her for that reason alone." He looked at his godfather. "I'm not my father." Sirius held his hands up in a gesture that was surrender and agreement and something that might have been pride, all at once. "No," he said. "You're really not." He leaned back in his chair. For what it's worth, Regulus would have liked her type. He used to say the Slytherins who kept their heads down were the interesting ones. The loud ones were just performing. He was right, Harry said. He was right about a lot of things he didn't have the chance to be right about for long enough. Sirius looked at his tea. There was something in his face, a familiar shadow, old grief, the kind that had been lived with long enough to become less sharp but never entirely blunt. He didn't dwell in it. Just let it pass through like weather. Harry waited, because sometimes that was the right thing. "Dumbledore tomorrow," Sirius said finally. "Dumbledore tomorrow," Harry confirmed. "I want you there." "I'll be there." They drank their tea in the comfortable quiet of two people who understood each other well enough not to fill the silence unnecessarily, and outside the flat's windows London moved through its evening, lit windows and cab horns and the distant sound of music somewhere, the city entirely unaware that somewhere in its river of ordinary life, the pieces of something very large were moving into position. In the private room of a Knightsbridge townhouse, Draco Malfoy sat with a blank piece of parchment in front of him for a long time before he finally picked up his quill and wrote 2 words to his Slytherin group contact: "Meeting postponed." In an undisclosed location, a half-moon wax seal pressed a letter closed with the careful deliberateness of someone who believed they were running a plan that couldn't be interrupted. In Wiltshire, a girl with grey eyes sat by her bedroom window and read a letter twice, and then a third time, and then set it on her desk and looked at it for a long while with an expression that she would never have allowed anyone else to see, open, uncertain, and entirely real. Chapter 4, The International Conclave. The owls started arriving on Wednesday. Not the ministry variety, not the Hogwarts barn owls with their comfortable familiarity, these were different. A massive eagle owl from France, bearing a seal in deep blue that Remus identified as the Conseil Magique. A hawk from Egypt with a papyrus scroll written in Arabic that had a secondary enchantment causing it to translate itself line by line as you read. A smaller bird from Japan carrying a lacquered message cylinder. 3 birds arrived simultaneously from North America, which Hermione took as significant because the North American Confederation rarely sent 3 owls about anything, preferring to consolidate their communications into single dense documents. By Thursday morning there were 11 responses on the table in the flat's kitchen, ranging from formal diplomatic acknowledgments to something that read almost like an excited letter from an old friend. The Pan-African Magical Alliance's response was warm and immediate and written in a hand that suggested its author had composed it quickly and enthusiastically at what might have been 3 in the morning. "They all want a meeting," Hermione said, standing at the table with her reading glasses on, which she only wore when she was being purely analytical and had stopped caring what she looked like doing it. "Every single one." "Of course they do," Sirius said. "Not a separate meeting each," Remus clarified, looking over her shoulder. 3 of them specifically suggest a joint audience. The French letter uses the word conclave. He picked up the Eagle Owl's scroll. The Conseil Magique proposes Hogwarts as the neutral site, which is interesting. They're conceding British territory, which signals they want to establish goodwill early. "They want to see what they're dealing with before they commit to a position," Harry said. He was at the counter, eating toast, watching all of this with the calm of someone who'd spent the night thinking through it and had arrived at his conclusions before the conversation began. "All of them. They've read the compact provisions, they know the Eternal King designation is legally valid, and they need to know whether I'm going to exercise it aggressively or ceremonially." He took another bite. They're trying to figure out if I'm a threat or an asset. Which are you? Sirius asked. Neither, Harry said. I'm a third thing they haven't figured out how to categorize yet. He looked at the pile of correspondence. Tell them yes to the joint conclave. Hogwarts is fine. I'll need to clear it with Dumbledore today anyway. He paused. Hermione, which of those delegations has the most complicated internal politics right now? She didn't hesitate. North American Confederation. They've had a leadership dispute for 18 months between the Eastern and Western Councils. The three separate owls aren't a formality, they're from three different factions, all trying to make first contact independently. Then I respond to all three simultaneously, Harry said, with the same letter, and I address it to the full Confederation. Don't distinguish between the factions. Hermione lowered her reading glasses. You want to signal that you don't recognize internal divisions as the basis for separate diplomatic relationships. I want to signal that if they want a seat at the table, they come as one body or they sort themselves out first, Harry said. Kindly but clearly. She looked at him for a moment. You're quite good at this. I've had a good teacher, Harry said. Several, actually. He picked up his toast and headed for the door. I'm going to Hogwarts. Tell Remus the Thursday meeting at the Leaky Cauldron needs coverage, not me, not Sirius. Someone they won't recognize. I'll ask Tonks, Remus said immediately, with the tone of a man who'd already thought of this. She was asking to be involved anyway. Perfect. Harry was already moving. Hermione, the Sealnick Brotherhood file, whenever you have it. It'll be ready when you get back, she said, already writing. Hogwarts in summer was a different creature than Hogwarts in term, emptier, the corridors carrying their own echoes differently, the castle's ambient magic more present somehow, less diluted by the energy of 300 students. Harry walked through it with the particular feeling he always had here, the one that was home plus history plus something he couldn't name exactly but that lived in the stonework and the moving staircases and the way the light came through the high windows at angles that felt intentional. He'd sent word ahead. Dumbledore was expecting him. The gargoyle stepped aside before Harry said the password. Either Dumbledore had changed the mechanism or the castle itself was extending some courtesy. Harry suspected the latter and filed it as interesting. Dumbledore's office was exactly as Harry remembered it, the whirring silver instruments, the portraits of past headmasters dozing in their frames, Fawkes on his perch regarding Harry with bright interested eyes and making a small soft sound that wasn't quite a greeting but was warmer than silence. Dumbledore was standing at the window when Harry entered, which was an unusual position for him. He normally sat behind the desk, which was its own kind of statement. Standing at the window said something different. Harry, he said, turning. His expression was, open was the wrong word for Dumbledore, who was never entirely open, but it was more unguarded than Harry had seen it. Thank you for coming. Thank you for seeing me. Harry sat down, because he wasn't going to stand in front of the desk like a student being summoned. He took the chair that faced the window and left the desk to one side. Dumbledore, after a moment, took the chair across from him rather than going back behind the desk. Neither of them acknowledged this geometry, but both of them noted it. Sirius had settled into the corner by the bookshelf with his arms crossed, present but not forward. I want to ask you something directly, Harry said. And I'd like a direct answer. I will do my best, Dumbledore said, which was more qualified than Harry would have preferred but more honest than the alternative. How long have you known about the inheritance structure? A pause. In full. Since Gringotts contacted me 3 days before they sent your letter. They are legally required to notify the Chief Warlock when an Eternal Compact process is initiated. Another pause, longer. Impartial. Since before you were born. The office was quiet. Fawkes made the soft sound again. Since before I was born, Harry said. Your mother came to me in 1979 with a document she'd found in the Potter family archive, Dumbledore said. A record of the Peverell lineage that extended considerably further than James had known. She was, thorough, your mother. She had traced several branches and suspected a connection to the founder houses. I encouraged her to pursue the research through Gringotts. He looked at his hands. She was killed before the full picture emerged. But you knew enough to suspect. I suspected. I did not know. Did you factor it into your decisions about my upbringing? The pause before this answer was the longest. Yes, Dumbledore said. In the sense that I was aware you carried something significant, and I made certain decisions in part to manage the timeline of that significance emerging. He looked at Harry. I did not place you with the Dursleys solely for the blood protection. I was also aware that growing up in an environment of magical power, aware of your inheritance, your title, your potential, would have shaped you differently. Would have shaped me into someone less easy to manage, Harry said. Not an accusation. A fact. Into someone, Dumbledore said carefully, who might have moved before the world was ready. The world's had 1,000 years, Harry said. I think it's ready. He looked at the old man across from him, genuinely looked, the way he'd looked at Draco 2 days ago, past the performance of the role to the person underneath. What he saw was not a manipulator, exactly, or not only that. He saw someone who had spent 70 years carrying enormous weight and making very consequential decisions with imperfect information and had developed a deep, possibly irreversible habit of believing that control was the same thing as protection. I'm not angry, Harry said, which surprised Dumbledore visibly. I'm telling you that the approach changes now. I won't be managed, even with good intentions. If you have information that's relevant to my situation, I need it. All of it. Not the version you've decided I'm ready for. He held the old man's gaze. In return, I'll be honest with you about my plans. You don't have to agree with them. But you'll know what they are. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Fawkes ruffled his feathers. That, Dumbledore said finally, is a more equitable arrangement than I have offered you in the past. His eyes had something in them, not quite relief, but adjacent to it. The look of a man who has been waiting for someone to make a particular request for a long time and had begun to fear it wouldn't come. I accept it. Good. Harry reached into his robes. I'd like to use Hogwarts for an international conclave. Representatives from 11 magical nations, sometime in the next 3 weeks. The castle's Great Hall can accommodate, of course, Dumbledore said. The castle will be pleased. He said it without irony, and Harry believed him completely, because the castle had already let him in without a password. I also need a room, Harry said. Somewhere I can receive diplomatic correspondence and work without interruption. Not my dormitory. A proper working space. The room on the 4th floor, Dumbledore said. The one behind the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. It's been unused for a century. The castle will open it for you. Thank you. Harry stood. One more thing. Sirius. Dumbledore looked at Sirius, who had been very carefully not saying anything in the corner. Yes, Dumbledore said. The Wizengamot has the power to review his case under the compact provisions, now that the voting balance has changed. It was always the legal path. The blocking was political. Remove the political block, Harry said. I'll handle the Wizengamot motion. Consider it done, Dumbledore said. Sirius made a sound in the corner that wasn't words, exactly. Harry didn't look at him because he knew that if he looked at him right now, Sirius would lose the composure he was clearly working hard to maintain, and that wasn't how either of them wanted this moment to go. We'll talk more, Harry said to Dumbledore. Regularly. Starting next week. I'd like that, Dumbledore said, simply. Harry nodded, and walked out of the office, and in the corridor he heard Sirius exhale behind him, a long, shaking breath, the sound of a pressure that had been building for 12 years finding somewhere to go. You didn't even have to fight him, Sirius said. He's not the enemy, Harry said. He's just been the only one driving for too long. He started walking down the corridor. Come on. We need to find the fourth-floor room. The conclave was set for the third Saturday of August, 2 weeks before term. Hermione coordinated the logistics with an efficiency that Harry thought could have run a small country, which was essentially what she was doing. 11 delegations, each requiring accommodation, security arrangements, translation provisions, and the particular diplomatic choreography of ensuring that nations with long histories of conflict weren't seated directly adjacent to each other at the main table. The North American Confederation came as one body, which Harry had expected after his letter. They'd sorted themselves out within 48 hours, which told him the internal split had been tactical rather than fundamental. Tonks had attended the Thursday Leaky Cauldron meeting in the guise of a middle-aged warlock with a grey beard, which she'd maintained with cheerful professionalism, and reported back the contact's name, a man called Aldous Pemberton, a former ministry official who'd been quietly dismissed from the Department of Mysteries in 1991 for reasons that were, apparently, classified. He had the half-moon seal, the controlled penmanship, and the particular manner of a man who believed he was making history. The Darkwood clasp had been acquired from a contact in Prague and was currently in transit, expected in Britain sometime around the start of term. Tonks had gotten all of this by buying the man 2 drinks and pretending to be an interested collector of dark artifacts, which she described afterward as the easiest intelligence operation she'd ever run. "He genuinely likes talking about himself," she'd reported. "I barely had to ask." Harry had passed this to Ragnarok, who had his own methods for tracking dark objects moving through international channels, and the clasp was intercepted at Dover 3 days later by a pair of goblin customs inspectors. Harry had received a small, precisely worded note from Ragnarok: "The item has been secured. You may consider that matter closed." He'd written back, "Thank you. Add the cost to my account." The reply had taken less than an hour: "There is no cost. Consider it a professional interest." Which told Harry, usefully, that the goblins had been waiting to see how he operated, and they'd seen enough to decide they liked the answer. The morning of the conclave, Hogwarts was different again, alive in a way that went beyond even the normal term time energy. The castle had been opening rooms Harry hadn't known existed, the suits of armor had been cleaned and repositioned along the entrance route, and the Great Hall had been rearranged by some combination of Professor McGonagall's meticulous efficiency and what Harry could only describe as the castle's own aesthetic sensibility. The house tables were gone. In their place was a single great circular table, large enough for 30 people, with no head. Harry had specifically requested no head. Neville arrived that morning with Augusta Longbottom, who had apparently decided to attend as an observer and hadn't asked permission because Augusta Longbottom didn't ask permission for things. She swept in with her hat and her directness and immediately began identifying which chairs had the best sightlines to the entrance, which Harry noted with appreciation. Neville found Harry in the corridor outside the Great Hall, looking slightly formal in new robes his grandmother had apparently insisted on, and gave him the look of a person who had read the Prophet's coverage and was still catching up with the reality. 35 houses, Neville said. 35, Harry confirmed. Including Gryffindor. Including Gryffindor. Neville absorbed this for a moment. My grandmother's been walking around the house for a week saying I knew it to no one in particular. Harry laughed. She knew what, exactly? I have absolutely no idea, Neville said. She won't explain. She just says it and looks satisfied. He looked at Harry. What do you need from me today? Just be present, Harry said. You're good at reading rooms. Tell me what you see. Neville nodded, and there was something in the nod, quiet, settled, the particular steadiness of someone who has been underestimated long enough that they've stopped needing to announce their capabilities. Harry had always valued that about him. The delegations arrived through the main entrance over the course of the morning. Harry stood in the entrance hall and received each one personally, which he decided was important, not sending an intermediary, not managing it through Hermione, but being present, himself, at the door. The French delegation was polished and slightly formal, led by a woman named Beaumont who had the focused intelligence of someone who'd spent 20 years in international magical diplomacy and had decided Harry was probably worth her time but wasn't certain yet. The Egyptian delegation was warm and immediate, the head representative clasping Harry's hand in both of his and saying something in Arabic that the translation charm rendered as approximately, "We have been hoping for this for a very long time." The Japanese delegation bowed, which Harry returned, and then their lead representative, a woman who looked about 30 but whose eyes said something considerably older, said, in perfect English, "The Sorcerer's Council extends its recognition. We have kept our own records of the eternal line. We knew you existed approximately 9 years ago." Harry looked at her. 9 years. "The blood resonance registers in certain types of divination," she said. "We were waiting for the appropriate time to make contact." Her expression was serene and completely direct simultaneously. "We are glad you moved first." Luna would have had something interesting to say about this. Harry made a mental note to introduce them. Speaking of Luna, she arrived at 10:30, not as part of any delegation, but walking through the front doors in a set of robes covered in what appeared to be hand-embroidered creatures that Harry didn't recognize, with earrings shaped like small golden suns and an expression of complete tranquility. She stopped beside Harry and looked at the gathering delegations the way she looked at everything, with a sideways attention that found the angles others missed. "The woman from France is going to say something important at the wrong moment," Luna said conversationally. "You should seat her next to the Egyptian representative. They'll disagree, but productively." "How do you know?" Harry asked. "I don't, exactly," Luna said. "But I dreamed it and the dreams have been reliable lately." She looked at him with her wide, clear eyes. "You should also know that someone in this building today has 2 loyalties and one of them is not to you." "Who?" "I don't know yet." The dream wasn't specific about faces. She tilted her head. "But they're not here to cause harm directly. They're here to carry information back." "That's fine," Harry said. "Let them. I want Voldemort informed." Luna considered this. "Yes," she said. "That makes sense." She drifted off toward the Great Hall, and Harry watched her go and thought, not for the first time, that Luna Lovegood was one of the most genuinely frightening strategists he'd ever met precisely because she didn't look like one. Hermione materialized at his elbow. "I've seated Beaumont from France next to the Egyptian representative." "Good." "Luna?" "Yes." Hermione sighed, which was her form of accepting that some things worked through mechanisms she couldn't fully categorize. "Neville says the North American delegation is having a quiet disagreement near the staircase. Do you want to intervene?" "No. Let them work it out. If it's not resolved by the time we sit down, I'll address it at the table." Harry opened the conclave by standing at the circular table and saying almost nothing. "Thank you for coming," he said. "I'm not going to give you a speech about the eternal line or the compact's provisions or what my designation means in theory. You all know those things and you've thought about them more carefully than I have. What I want to do is listen." He looked around the table, 14 faces, representing 11 nations, with Hermione to his right and Neville behind him and Luna seated slightly apart in an observer's chair with her hands folded. "What I'd like to know is what each of your governments actually needs. Not what the compact obligates me to provide. What would make the next 10 years of international magical governance less of a managed crisis and more of a functional system?" There was a pause. Then Beaumont from France said, "That is not how these conversations usually begin." "No," Harry agreed. "Usually," she continued, and there was something warming in her voice, "the new power talks about itself for the first 45 minutes. "I know what I am," Harry said. "I'm more interested in what you need." The conversation that followed was 3 hours long and ranged across everything from the treatment of non-human magical beings to the inadequacy of the current International Dark Arts Treaty framework to the specific logistical nightmare of the North American Confederation's internal governance structure, which came out in the open exactly as Harry had expected once the delegation started actually speaking. He listened, he asked questions, he asked Hermione to note specific items for follow-up, and when he did speak it was in direct response to what he'd heard rather than in service of any prepared position. The moment things shifted, the moment the room changed temperature in the way Harry had been watching for, came about 90 minutes in, when the Japanese representative, whose name was Nakamura, set both hands flat on the table and said, "I want to speak plainly about Voldemort." The room went very still. "Our intelligence indicates he has fully reconstituted himself," Nakamura said. "He has a body. He has followers. He will move against Britain within the year, and he will expect that the international community will stay out of it." She looked at Harry. "He does not yet know about your designation. When he does, he will reframe his British campaign as a challenge to your authority rather than a simple domestic power seizure. He will try to make it an international confrontation. He'll want to challenge the Eternal Line directly," Harry said. "He will claim his Slytherin descent makes him the rightful holder of that designation," Nakamura said. "We believe he has been building toward this argument for years. He's a lateral branch heir," Hermione said, and her voice was very precise. "The verification protocols are clear. The primary line supersedes all lateral claims. There's no legal ambiguity. Legal ambiguity has rarely stopped him," Nakamura said dryly. "No," Harry said. "But it stops his followers." He looked around the table. "If the international community has formally recognized my designation, all of you, on the record, before he makes his challenge, then any Death Eater or sympathizer who joins his claim after the fact is in open violation of the compact. That has consequences." The room was processing this. Beaumont was looking at the Egyptian representative, who was looking at Harry with the expression of the man who'd said we have been hoping for this for a very long time and was now understanding that the thing he'd hoped for was actually operational. "You want us to formalize recognition today," Beaumont said. "I want it on the table," Harry said. "Not as a demand. As an option, with full understanding of what it means." It was Luna who spoke next, from her observer's chair, in the thoughtful tone of someone adding a detail to an existing picture. "It would also mean," she said, "that if he attacks Harry directly, he's attacking a recognized international sovereign. Which means all signatory nations have a treaty obligation to respond." She paused. "That's a very different war than the one he's planning for." The room turned to look at her. Luna blinked mildly back at the room. "Who is this?" Beaumont asked. "My seer advisor," Harry said. Nakamura looked at Luna with the focused interest of someone who had her own tradition of divination and was recognizing something in a completely different form. "She is correct," Nakamura said. "Third seat from the left," Neville said quietly. "The man from the Italian delegation. He's been writing notes on parchment that doesn't match the official delegation stationery." Harry looked. The Italian representative was a thin man named Rossi whose public position was junior attaché but whose attention to the proceedings had been sharper than his role warranted. He'd been making notes throughout and occasionally disappearing the parchment too quickly. "Good catch," Harry said. "What do you want to do about it?" "Nothing yet," Harry said. "Let him write. When the recognition vote passes, what he sends back to whoever he's reporting to will be exactly what I want them to hear." Neville absorbed this. "You knew there'd be a spy." "Luna told me," Harry said. "I was going to find out who anyway. You just saved me the effort." He clapped Neville on the shoulder. "I told you you were good at reading rooms." The vote passed 11-0, with the North American Confederation casting a single unified vote that they'd worked out during the break. The formal recognition documents were signed at the circular table in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, with Hermione notarizing each one and Ragnarok, who had appeared at some point during the afternoon with the silent efficiency of a goblin who went where his professional interests took him, providing the Gringotts seal. As the delegations moved into the evening reception that Hogwarts had somehow catered without anyone organizing it, the castle again, Harry suspected, expressing something that might have been hospitality, Nakamura found him by the tall windows. "He will hear about this within a week," she said. "I know. He will be furious. I know that too." "Are you prepared for what comes after?" she asked, and it wasn't a challenge. It was the question of someone who had been watching international magical politics for longer than Harry had been alive, asked with genuine care. Harry looked out the window at the grounds in the evening light, the lake flat and silver, the forest dark at its edges, the air warm and still over the grass. His school. His home, really. The place where all of this had started, where he'd first learned he was someone the world had been waiting for and had spent 4 years trying to figure out what that actually meant. Yes, he said. The assassination attempt came 3 hours later. It wasn't the Darkwood clasp, that was at Gringotts. It was a killing curse, cast from the upper gallery of the Great Hall by a figure who'd been concealed under a disillusionment charm for at least an hour, waiting for a clear line through the dispersing crowd. Harry felt it before he heard it, the specific signature of lethal intent that he'd been aware of his whole life as a pressure in his scar, and that now, with the inheritance resonance fully active, registered as something broader, a wrongness in the ambient magic of the room, a discordance. He moved sideways and the curse passed 3 inches to his left, hitting the window behind him and shattering it outward in a cascade of glass that caught the last evening light and turned it briefly, absurdly beautiful. The room reacted in half a second. Delegations dropping, security details appearing from nowhere, wands drawn in every direction. Neville had his wand out before anyone else in Harry's immediate vicinity, moving to place himself between Harry and the gallery, automatic, no hesitation, the posture of someone who had made a decision about where they stood and wasn't revisiting it. Harry looked up at the gallery. The disillusionment was still partially active, creating a shimmer that caught against the hall's light. He raised his hand. Not his wand. His hand. The magic that came was not something he practiced. It came from the inheritance resonance, from the combined weight of 35 bloodlines, from something ancestral and enormous that had been waiting in him since he was a baby and had found its first real context today in a room full of his sovereign peers. It was not violent exactly. It was more like gravity, a pulling, a revealing, a refusal to allow concealment in his presence. The disillusionment peeled away like paper. The figure in the gallery was a man Harry didn't recognize, middle-aged, ministry robes, the particular look of someone who'd been told they were acting for a righteous cause and had believed it. He had a wand in his hand and he was already running for the gallery door, which turned out to be unnecessary because Remus, who had been positioned at the back of the hall all afternoon in the quiet professional capacity of someone who'd done security work in dark times and never entirely stopped, was already there. The arrest was clean and fast and very final. In the ringing silence that followed, Harry looked at the room, the delegations recovering their composure, the shattered window, Neville still standing between him and the gallery with his wand out. He looked at Neville for a moment. "Good reflexes," Harry said. "I've been working on it," Neville said, and lowered his wand with hands that were steady. Nakamura was beside Harry in seconds. She didn't ask if he was all right, she was already scanning the room with professional eyes. "This will need to be in the formal report," she said. "Write it exactly as it happened," Harry said. "Including what I did with my hand." He looked at the place where the shimmer had been. "I want Voldemort to read it." Beaumont had appeared on his other side. She looked at him with an expression that had abandoned all diplomatic distance, raw and direct. "They tried to kill you at your own conclave," she said. "They tried," Harry said. She looked at him for a long moment, at the steadiness of him, at the complete absence of fear in his face, at the rings on his hands and the shattered window behind him and the posture of a boy who had just been shot at and was thinking about the political utility of the after-action report. "Mon Dieu," she said quietly, and it sounded like the beginning of a revised opinion. The room that had become the Great Hall settled back into something functional, the castle's own calm ambient magic doing something useful to the atmosphere, the way a space that has been through worse in its long history simply absorbs the violence and holds steady. The delegations gathered themselves. The reception resumed, quieter now, more honest in the way that danger makes people honest. Harry accepted a glass of water from Hermione, who had not stopped moving since the curse hit the window and had somehow in the intervening 10 minutes produced a full incident report, notified the ministry on their own terms before they could be surprised by it, and was currently coordinating with Ragnarok about the captured attacker's Gringotts identity records. "Name?" Harry asked. "Percival Bane," Hermione said, reading. Former Auror, dismissed 1993, no official affiliation since. The ministry stationery he had on him is from Fudge's department. She paused. The order to move today wasn't his own initiative. No, Harry said. It never was. He looked toward the door where the captured man had been taken. When Remus is done with the initial questioning, I want to know one thing. Just one. What? Pemberton gave the order, or Fudge did. Hermione made a note. I'll ask. Harry took a drink of water and looked out through the broken window at the evening, the grounds going dark now, the last of the light on the lake. He thought about Pemberton and his half-moon seal and his sense of history. He thought about Fudge in his large office. He thought about the 11 recognition documents now signed and sealed and distributed to 11 magical governments, the international net now drawn, the legal position now so clear that attacking it required attacking the entire edifice of international magical law simultaneously. He thought about Voldemort, somewhere in the dark, reconstructed, patient, burning. He thought, come on then. He didn't say it out loud. He didn't need to. The broken window said it well enough, and the room of assembled sovereigns behind him, and the rings on his hands catching what was left of the light. Chapter 5, Fire and Roots. The attack came on a Tuesday. Which Harry would have found funny. Nothing good ever happened on a Tuesday, except there was nothing funny about 40 Death Eaters appearing at the Hogwarts boundary line at 3 in the morning, because someone had finally done the work of locating the seam in the ward structure that predated the modern enchantment layer and ran like a fault line through the castle's western approach. Harry woke up the way he always woke when something was wrong, not gradually but completely, sitting upright in the dark of the fourth-floor room he'd been using as his working space, where he'd fallen asleep at his desk an hour ago surrounded by correspondence and Hermione's annotated copies of the Sealnick Brotherhood files. His scar wasn't burning. It was something else, something newer, the inheritance resonance, the ambient magical awareness that had been growing steadily since the ritual, a kind of low-frequency alarm that lived in his bloodstream rather than his skin. He was at the window in 3 seconds. The western grounds were lit by spellfire. He had his robes on and his wand in his hand before the first alarm bell sounded in the castle's enchantment network, the deep bronze toll that Hogwarts used for genuine emergencies rather than the lighter chime for curfew violations. He was already moving down the corridor when Neville came out of the room he'd been staying in 3 doors down, fully dressed, wand drawn, with the particular focus of someone who had not been entirely asleep either. They looked at each other. Western approach, Harry said. I heard the spells from the window, Neville said. How many? A lot. Harry was already moving. Get Hermione. She's in the library annex, she won't have heard it yet. What are you going to do? Talk to the castle, Harry said, which sounded strange out loud but was entirely accurate. Since the conclave, since the rings, there had been something between Harry and Hogwarts that went beyond the usual familiarity of a student who loved the building. The castle had been responding to him in small ways, doors that opened before he reached them, rooms that lit themselves, the wards occasionally pulsing with something he could only describe as awareness. He hadn't tested the extent of it. He hadn't needed to, until now. He pressed his hand flat against the nearest wall as he ran. The stone was warm under his palm, which it shouldn't have been at 3 in the morning in August. And then it was more than warm, it was alive, in the way very old things with very deep magical foundations are alive, the accumulated enchantment of 1,000 years of the most gifted magical builders in Britain, all of it suddenly oriented toward his hand like a compass needle finding north. How many? He asked, not in words exactly. More like intention. The answer came as a series of impressions. Heat signatures distributed across the western grass. The particular wrongness of dark magic pressing against the ward boundary. A count that resolved itself into something between 35 and 45. And something else, a secondary cluster, smaller, moving along the lake shore from the north. A flanking approach. They'd planned this. Harry broke into a run. Professor McGonagall was already in the main corridor of the ground floor when Harry came down the stairs, her wand lit, her expression the particular one she wore when someone was about to receive a consequence they had thoroughly earned. 3 other teachers were behind her, Flitwick, who looked small and absolutely ferocious, Sprout, who had a bag of what Harry recognized as combat-grade venomous tentacula seeds and no hesitation about using them, and Hagrid, who had arrived from somewhere outside already and whose crossbow was, Harry noted, not standard school equipment. "Potter," McGonagall said. "The ward breach is, western approach, seam in the pre-modern layer." "I know." Harry looked at Hagrid. "Hagrid, the lake shore. There's a secondary group coming in from the north, about 8 to 10 people. They're expecting the defense to face west." Hagrid looked at him with the expression he always wore when Harry did something that reminded him of James and Lily simultaneously. Then he turned around without a word and headed back out the door he'd come through, moving with a speed that was easy to underestimate from a man his size. "Mr. Potter," McGonagall said, and there was something in the way she said it, not surprised exactly, but readjusting, the way she'd been readjusting steadily since the Wizengamot session. "The students in residence, there are 11 of them here for summer programs, 3 of them in the East Tower. I'll ward the East Tower myself," Harry said. "Is Dumbledore? He left 3 days ago for an international meeting in Switzerland. He's unreachable for another 6 hours." Harry nodded once. "Then we work with what we have." He looked at the assembled teachers. "Flitwick, can you reinforce the ward seam from the inside? Buy us time." Flitwick cracked his knuckles. "I can, and I'd very much like to," he said, in the precise cheerful tone of a dueling champion who'd spent 20 years teaching and was currently very pleased to have a practical application. "Go." McGonagall, the main entrance. Nothing comes through the front door. He looked at Sprout. "The greenhouses are adjacent to the western approach. Can you deploy?" "Already thinking about it," Sprout said, and she was already heading for the side door with her bag, her expression suggesting that anyone who came through the western grounds in the next 20 minutes was going to have a deeply botanical and deeply unpleasant experience. Harry went to the East Tower first. It took 4 minutes. He ran, pressed his hand to the tower's base, and pushed the inheritance resonance into the stonework. The ward that came up was not something he could have articulated in textbook terms. It came from the Peveril inheritance, from the oldest protective magic in the cluster, and when it locked into place around the East Tower it was the color of old gold and completely impenetrable. He could feel the 11 sleeping students inside it the way you feel people in a room you're standing guard over. They were safe. He left the tower and came out onto the western grounds, and the first thing he saw was that Flitwick had been working fast. The ward seam was holding, for now, glowing with a fierce blue reinforcement that was clearly costing effort, and the 40-odd Death Eaters on the other side were pushing against it with the sustained casting of a coordinated group rather than individuals. They had formation discipline, which was new. Someone had trained them. The second thing he saw was Neville, standing 20 yards ahead of him in the darkness with his wand lit, and 3 Death Eaters who had somehow gotten through before the ward reinforcement had converged on him. Harry watched for approximately half a second. Neville was not the boy who'd broken his wrist falling off a broom in first year, or the boy who'd frozen with fear during Lockhart's class, or even the boy who'd been steadily growing into something harder and more certain over the past 4 years. Neville was someone who had decided, at some point that Harry suspected he couldn't have named, that the people he loved were simply not going to be harmed while he was standing. And that decision, fully made, had produced a fighter that Harry found quietly extraordinary. He was holding all 3. Not comfortably, his shield was at maximum, and the 3 Death Eaters were hammering it in rotation, but holding, and more than holding, because even as he maintained the defense he was watching for gaps, waiting for the moment in the rotation when one of them would be mid-cast and briefly exposed. It came. Neville took it. One of the 3 went down hard, stunned and bound by a Neville-specific combination that Harry had seen him use before, shield deflection redirected into a binding that arrived from an unexpected angle. The other 2 adjusted and the exchange got more serious, and Harry decided that was long enough to watch and walked forward. "Neville," he said. "Little busy," Neville said, through gritted teeth. I've got them. Harry stepped up beside him, and both Death Eaters, who had been focused entirely on Neville, turned to look at Harry Potter walking toward them in the dark, and the specific thing that crossed their faces was not something Harry had intended to induce but found useful regardless. It was recognition, and the calculation that followed recognition, and the beginning of doubt that followed calculation. "Go help McGonagall," Harry said to Neville. "Front entrance. There are 6 headed that way." Neville didn't argue, which was one of the many things Harry valued about him. He went. Harry looked at the 2 Death Eaters. "You should leave," he said. One of them fired a killing curse at him. It was not, Harry realized in the fraction of a second before it arrived, that he moved faster, though he did move, a sidestep that carried him entirely out of the curse's path with a smoothness that wasn't trained reflex so much as the inheritance resonance responding to lethal threat the way it had in the Great Hall, that gravitational shift. The curse hit the grass and left a scorch mark. Harry looked at it. Then he looked at the Death Eater who'd cast it. "You were sorted into one of my houses," Harry said, and the rings were warm on his hands, all 35 of them, the inheritance resonance fully active. "Which means I have some interest in what happens to you. Leave now. Walk off these grounds and don't come back, and the charges end at trespass, and I won't ask Gringotts to pursue the full compact violations of attacking a sovereign." He looked at the second one. "That offer is good for about the next 10 seconds. The second Death Eater looked at the first. Something passed between them, that rapid recalculation Harry was becoming familiar with. The first one, who had cast the killing curse and was presumably more committed, raised his wand again. What Harry did was not a spell in the textbook sense. It was closer to what he'd done with the disillusionment at the conclave, a direct expression of the inheritance resonance, pushed outward through his rings rather than his wand, the weight of 35 magical bloodlines compressed into a single directional force. It hit both Death Eaters simultaneously and laid them flat on the grass, not injured, not unconscious, just contained. Bound to the ground by a pressure that was more fundamental than a binding spell, more like gravity than magic. He left them there. The castle would hold them. The western ward line was the actual problem. Flitwick was maintaining the reinforcement from inside, and it was extraordinary work. The tiny professor was running along the inside of the ward boundary with his wand moving in patterns Harry couldn't follow, pouring his considerable dueling expertise into the structural repair in real time. But 40 people pushing against a ward from the outside was a war of attrition, and the question was always how long the inside could hold. Harry walked to the ward boundary. He could feel the Death Eaters on the other side the way he'd felt the secondary group through the castle wall, heat and intent and the particular wrongness of people who were hurting the building he considered his. He put his hand against the ward itself, which was a thing you didn't ordinarily do because ward boundaries weren't designed for direct contact and the feedback could be significant. The feedback was significant. It came up his arm and into his chest like grabbing a live wire, except the wire was made of 1,000 years of Hogwarts-specific protective magic and it knew who he was. The resonance locked in instantly, the inheritance layer and the castle's foundational wards finding each other like 2 rivers meeting, the flow reversing from defense to something more active. He pushed. The ward boundary expanded. Not collapsed, expanded, the opposite of what the Death Eaters had been trying to do, the ward pushing outward rather than holding inward, 20 feet and then 40 and then 60, the boundary line rolling out across the western grass like a wave. The Death Eaters on the other side broke formation as the ward reached them. You couldn't stand inside an active Hogwarts ward boundary, the magic was physically displacing, pushing like a strong current. Most of them stumbled backward. 3 went down. The formation discipline that someone had worked hard to establish dissolved in the face of something they hadn't planned for and couldn't counter because you didn't counter an active Hogwarts ward expansion with wand work. There was nothing to aim at. From inside, Harry heard Flitwick say something in a voice that was either a very controlled shout or a very enthusiastic whisper, and it sounded like appreciation. The Death Eaters retreated. Not all at once, there was a moment where the more committed ones tried to regroup, tried to fall back to the original ward seam and find the weakness again. Harry let the ward hold and walked toward the point where they were clustering, through the grass in the dark, and the ward moved with him because he'd apparently become something close to an extension of it. 3 of the retreating Death Eaters stopped when they saw him coming. One of them Harry recognized, a broad man with a shaved head whose family name was not Senior Death Eater from one of the old families, someone who'd been in and out of Azkaban since the First War and had come out each time slightly more committed rather than less. He looked at Harry coming across the dark grass with the inherited authority of 35 houses and the castle's own power moving around him, and his expression did something that Harry noted with particular interest. He looked uncertain. "Tell whoever sent you," Harry said, standing at the edge of the expanded ward boundary with his voice carrying easily across the retreating group, that this was their best quiet option. "The next one won't be quiet." He looked at Not specifically. "And tell him that I know what line he descends from. And that line is mine." Not left. They all left. The western grounds went dark and silent except for the aftermath, scorch marks in the grass, 2 bound Death Eaters near the trees, the ward boundary humming with expanded energy that Harry slowly, deliberately walked back to its original position over the course of several minutes. When it was done, he stood in the dark grass and let out a breath and felt the castle settling around him, the ancient magic adjusting back to equilibrium, warm and present. "That," said Flitwick, appearing at his elbow with his wand still lit and his hair somewhat disheveled, "was remarkable ward work. For someone who's never formally studied wardcraft." "I didn't exactly do it myself," Harry said. "No," Flitwick said. "But you were the mechanism. And you understood the direction." He looked at the expanded ward boundary returning to its original line. "I've been teaching for 40 years and I've never seen anyone interface directly with a foundational ward like that. Dumbledore can do something adjacent to it, but not quite." He stopped. "You should sleep, Mr. Potter." "When you sleep." "After I check the North Shore," Harry said. "Already handled," said Hagrid's voice, from somewhere large and dark to the left. He materialized out of the lake shore tree line looking extremely satisfied, with his crossbow in one hand and a length of rope in the other end of which were attached 4 very sorry-looking Death Eaters who had apparently attempted to approach from the lake side and had encountered not just Hagrid but, from the look of things, at least one thing that lived in the lake. "Reckon the squid helped," Hagrid added, somewhat unnecessarily. Harry looked at the 4 captives. They were soaking wet, which did explain the squid theory. "Are they all right?" "Bit cold," Hagrid said cheerfully. "Nothing permanent." The aftermath was long and physical, the way aftermaths always were, the clearing, the accounting, the careful walkthrough of everything that had happened to understand what you'd missed and what you hadn't. McGonagall had held the front entrance with the particular controlled fury of someone defending her school and had been, apparently, terrifying. Sprout's greenhouse deployment had been even more effective than expected. 3 Death Eaters were currently in the Hogwarts infirmary receiving treatment for venomous tentacula contact rash, which Madame Pomfrey was addressing with brisk professionalism and visible disapproval directed at everyone involved in bringing this situation about. The Aurors arrived 40 minutes after the retreat, which Harry noted without comment. The captives, 11 of them in total, between Harry's 2, Hagrid's 4, McGonagall's 3, and the 1 Neville had taken before Harry arrived, were transferred to Ministry custody with full documentation that Hermione had prepared with extraordinary speed, including specific compact violation charges that Harry intended to pursue whether or not the Ministry was enthusiastic about them. Neville found Harry sitting on the front steps as the sky started going grey in the east, the particular pre-dawn color that existed before the world fully decided on the day. He was drinking tea that someone had brought out. He thought it might have been a castle house elf responding to some ambient impression of need from the building itself, which was the sort of thing he was getting used to, and his hands were around the cup and he was simply being still for a moment after several hours of not being still. Neville sat down beside him. He had a cut above his eyebrow that hadn't been there before, clean and shallow, already treated, and the look of someone who was processing a significant amount of adrenaline by doing something that wasn't showing it. "You knew about the North Shore flanking group," Neville said. "The castle told me." "The castle told you." Neville absorbed this. "Just, told you." It's been doing that since the inheritance resonance settled, Harry said. I think it always could, for the right person. The founders built that into the foundation. He looked at the cup. Gryffindor specifically. The Gryffindor inheritance has a deep connection to this building. I can feel the rooms. I can feel people in them. Not everything, not always, but when there's a threat, yes. That's extraordinary, Neville said, and he meant it in the plainest way, without performance. You held 3 Death Eaters, Harry said. On your own. In the middle of the night. For about 45 seconds, Neville said. 45 seconds against 3 trained adults is extraordinary, Harry said. Don't minimize it. He looked at Neville. You've been training. Every morning. Before anyone else is up. Neville said it the way he said most things, quietly, matter-of-factly, without requiring acknowledgement. After the first task last year. After everything last year, actually. He paused. I decided I was finished being the person who gets there too late or not good enough. You've never been that person, Harry said. I was that person plenty, Neville said, without self-pity. But I'm not anymore. He looked at the grey sky. There are things coming that are going to be worse than tonight. I want to be useful when they do. You already are, Harry said. And not just tonight. I need someone I trust absolutely at my back. Not strategically, not in the room thinking 3 moves ahead. Someone at my back, physically, who makes decisions in real time and gets them right. He looked at Neville. That's you. Neville was quiet for a moment. You're asking me to be I'm asking you to be exactly what you already are, Harry said. I'm just naming it. Neville nodded. It was the small, settled nod, the one that meant a decision had been made and wasn't going to be revisited. All right, he said. They sat with their tea while the sky moved from grey to the first pale suggestion of blue. Hermione came out at 5:30 with the incident report finalized and dark circles under her eyes and the focused energy of someone running on about 2 hours of sleep and an extremely productive night of work. She sat on the step below them, put her stack of parchment to one side, and tilted her head back to look at the sky. The aura response time was 43 minutes, she said. I know, Harry said. The standard response time for a Hogwarts security alert is 12 minutes, she said. It's in the charter. I know. Someone delayed them, she said. Or told them to wait. And whoever did that is in the ministry. Yes, Harry said. She looked at him. This changes the political calculation. The attack on the conclave could have been attributed to a rogue element. Bane acted alone, officially, even if we know Pemberton directed it. But delaying aura response to a large-scale Death Eater attack on a school building, she paused. That's not a rogue element. That's policy. It's fudge, Harry said. Hermione nodded. Or someone using fudge. Possibly both. She picked up the top sheet of parchment. I've been building the legal case for ministry restructuring under compact governance provisions for 3 weeks. The attack tonight and the aura delay gives us the specific grounds we needed. The compact's governance provisions include a direct intervention clause for when a ministry's failure of duty places the sovereign under active threat. You're saying I can call it now, Harry said. Formally. Legally. The case is airtight, Hermione said. I've had Ragnarok review the precedent. He agrees. The last time the intervention clause was invoked was in 1603 in what's now the Czech Republic, when the local magical government was found to be actively collaborating with a dark incursion. She paused. Tonight's attack, combined with the conclave assassination attempt, combined with the aura delay, establishes that the British ministry has failed its duty of protection toward the recognized sovereign. You have grounds to call an emergency Wisengamot session and invoke the clause. Harry looked at the early sky. He was thinking about timing, not whether to act but when. Fudge didn't know what had been built around him yet. He didn't know about the 11 international recognition documents or Hermione's legal case or the compact intervention clause. He knew he'd sent an attack to Hogwarts and the Aurors were late and it should have worked and it hadn't. Not yet, Harry said. Hermione looked at him. One more move first, he said. Fudge needs to think he still has options. If he thinks he's cornered, he'll do something unpredictable and ugly, and people get hurt when cornered men panic. He looked at her. What's the maximum interval before the intervention clause has to be invoked after the triggering events? 30 days, Hermione said immediately. Then we have 30 days, Harry said. And we use them to make sure that when we do invoke it, there's nothing left for him to grab onto. Hermione looked at him with the expression she had when something he said was not what she'd expected but was better than what she'd planned. She made a note on her parchment. I need to write to Ragnarok this morning, she said. Add to the pile, Harry said. She almost smiled. The pile has become a tower, she said. I'm considering structural reinforcements. Ask the castle, Harry said seriously. It's been very helpful. Neville made a sound that was definitely a laugh, controlled into something quieter. Luna appeared at the top of the steps behind them, apparently having just materialized from inside the castle, carrying what appeared to be a cup of tea and a copy of a book with no title on its spine that Harry had never seen before. She looked at the three of them on the steps and at the grey-blue morning and at the scorch marks on the western grass and said, very calmly, he'll have heard by breakfast. Voldemort? Harry said. He's been watching the wards, Luna said. Not directly. Through his followers, the ones who weren't here tonight. 3 of them were positioned around the perimeter specifically to observe and report. She sat down beside Hermione. He'll know the attack failed. He'll know how it failed. She opened her book. He'll be angry in the way of someone whose theory about his opponent has just been disproven. What theory? Neville asked. That Harry would behave like a cornered thing, Luna said. That having all this power dropped on him would make him cautious. Defensive. Manageable. She turned a page, apparently reading, though Harry suspected she wasn't, not entirely. He'll need to revise his approach. That will take him some time, and during that time he'll be in a particular kind of frustrated fury. She paused. Which is, from our perspective, good news. Why? Neville said. Because angry people make the mistake of acting faster than they should, Luna said, and people who are revising their theory of you are too busy reconsidering to notice what you're actually doing. She sipped her tea. The sky had gone properly blue now, the first sunlight catching the castle's towers in gold. What are we actually doing? Neville asked. Harry looked at the grounds, the scorch marks, the lake going silver in the early light, the forest dark and enormous to the east, Hogwarts behind him warm and alive. He thought about Dumbledore returning from Switzerland in 6 hours. About Fudge waking up to news of a failed attack. About Voldemort reading a report about a 14-year-old who walked across a battlefield and expanded a ward boundary with his bare hand. He thought about Daphne Greengrass, who was going back to Hogwarts in 3 weeks for a year that was going to be considerably more complicated than last year. He thought about 30 days and the intervention clause and the case Hermione had been building like the most important piece of evidence she'd ever assembled. He thought about the 11 signed recognition documents distributed to 11 governments, and the legal net they represented, and Voldemort not knowing about them yet. We're making sure that when he moves, Harry said, he moves exactly where we want him to. He stood up from the steps, stretched, and looked at the first proper morning after the first proper battle, and felt, not triumph, that was too loud. Something quieter. The satisfaction of a person who has been tested and found themselves where they expected to be. Breakfast, he said. Then Dumbledore. Then we plan. The Ministry's official statement came out at noon, Death Eater incursion at Hogwarts School repelled by faculty and Ministry orders. No serious injuries. Investigation ongoing. Harry read it once, noted the absence of any reference to the 43-minute response time, to the 11 captives, to the ward expansion, to any of it, and filed it in the category of things Hermione is going to use in the legal case. He wrote to Daphne. Just 4 words, which he thought were enough given what she'd been watching develop from inside Slytherin House. We held. All fine. Then, because he found himself writing a 5th word before he could stop himself, he added it, Harry. He sent it before he could revise it. Somewhere far from Hogwarts, in a place that looked like nothing worth looking at, a figure with red eyes read a report about the previous night's events and was very still for a very long time, and the stillness was the specific kind that preceded change, the moment before a large and dangerous thing decided it was done being patient. Harry Potter was in the dining hall at Hogwarts eating lunch and listening to Neville describe, in vivid detail, the expression on one of the wet captured Death Eater's faces when the giant squid had gotten involved, and the laugh that came out of him was completely genuine and entirely unguarded, and it rang in the old stone hall and the castle heard it and the warm light through the tall windows caught it, and for a moment everything was exactly as it should be. The moment didn't last, but it didn't need to. The best moments never do. They just need to be real. Chapter 6, The King's Law. Dumbledore returned from Switzerland on a Thursday morning and immediately went to look at the western grounds. Harry watched him from the 4th-floor window, the old man standing alone in the early light, his robes still slightly travel-rumpled, looking at the scorch marks in the grass. He stood there for a long time. Then he looked up at the castle. Harry couldn't see his expression at that distance, but he could see the posture, the particular stillness of someone absorbing something they'd been told about but hadn't yet made real by seeing it. Then Dumbledore walked back inside, and 20 minutes later he was in Harry's working room with a cup of tea going cold beside him, reading Hermione's incident report. He read all of it. Harry let him, working through his own correspondence at the desk, not performing calm but actually experiencing it, which was something subtly different and which he thought Dumbledore noticed. The ward expansion, Dumbledore said, when he'd finished. The castle helped, Harry said. The castle cannot be directed, Dumbledore said. Not by anyone. It responds to certain, deep connections. Foundational ones. He set the report down. I have been the headmaster of this school for 30 years and I have never been able to interface with the foundational ward layer directly. I know, Harry said. Flitwick told me. Dumbledore looked at him. There was something in his face that wasn't quite what Harry expected, not envy, nothing that small. Something more like wonder, and under the wonder, something that might have been the specific piece of a man who has been carrying a weight long enough that watching someone else capable of taking it pick it up feels like relief rather than loss. The aura response time, Dumbledore said. 43 minutes. Harry looked up from his parchment. Hermione has built a full legal case under the Compact Intervention Clause. I have 30 days from the attack to invoke it. I'm planning to use most of those 30 days deliberately. He held Dumbledore's gaze. I want to know everything you know about the Ministry's internal structure. Who in Fudge's circle has the authority to delay an aura deployment? Who's been doing his legal advising on compact law? And whether there's anyone in the senior ministry staff who isn't compromised. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then he picked up the cold tea and drank it anyway, which Harry had noticed he did when he was thinking carefully. Amelia Bones, he said. Head of the DMLE. She cannot be bought and she has not been. She has been working around Fudge's obstruction for 2 years. He paused. Arthur Weasley, misuse of Muggle artifacts. Marginalized but clean. Kingsley Shacklebolt in the Aura department, he's been the one managing around the interference. Another pause. Beyond those 3, the senior staff is a mixture of the actively compromised, the passively complicit, and the simply frightened. That's enough, Harry said. He wrote the 3 names down. I want to meet with Amelia Bones before the Wisengamot session. Privately. Before I make any public move. I can arrange that, Dumbledore said. I'll arrange it, Harry said, not unkindly. But thank you. He looked at the old man across his cluttered desk. I need you to do something specific for me. Of course. Stop managing the information flow, Harry said. To me, about me, around me. I know its habit. I know the intention behind it has always been protective. But we're past the point where protection looks like limiting what I know. He paused. If you know something that touches on my situation, Voldemort, the Ministry, the Death Eaters, the Compact, anything, I need it when you have it. Not when you've decided I'm ready for it. Dumbledore set his teacup down. He looked at Harry for a long moment, at the 14-year-old boy who had come into his office 3 weeks ago for the first time as something other than a student seeking guidance, and who had arrived today in his own working space, on his own terms, with his own case already built and his own alliances already drawn. Yes, Dumbledore said, simply. You have my word. Good. Harry went back to his parchment. Hermione wants to brief you on the Sealnick Brotherhood file. She's been waiting to do it properly. She'll be in the library annex after lunch. Dumbledore stood, gathering himself with the unhurried dignity of a very old man who moved through the world at his own pace. Harry, he said at the door. Harry looked up. The students in the East Tower. The 11 in residence for the summer programs. He paused. They slept through it. Every one of them. The ward you built around the tower, it held, and beyond holding, it appears to have included a calming enchantment. He met Harry's eyes. That was thoughtful. Harry looked at the rings on his hands. He hadn't consciously added a calming enchantment. He'd pushed the ward up and thought about the children inside it, and apparently the magic had been specific about what that meant. The Peveril line, he said. I think the inheritance just knows what protecting people means. Dumbledore nodded once, and left. Amelia Bones was not a woman who wasted either her own time or anyone else's. She arrived at the Hogsmeade meeting point, a back room at the Three Broomsticks that Madame Rosmerta had made available without asking questions, because Madame Rosmerta had survived 30 years of Hogsmeade politics by understanding that some meetings were above her pay grade, exactly on time, alone, in civilian robes rather than ministry dress. She was a square-faced woman with a monocle and the direct manner of someone who'd spent a career in law enforcement and had developed a deep and impatient allergy to people who talked around points. She looked Harry over when he sat down, the way she probably looked at everyone, assessing, categorizing, reaching conclusions she was willing to revise. You're younger than you look in the Prophet, she said. The Prophet photographs me in dramatic moments, Harry said. They add years. She poured her own tea, which Harry noted. Not waiting for service or gesture, just doing the thing she wanted done. He liked her immediately. You said this was urgent and private. I'm here. The order delay on the Hogwarts attack, Harry said. I need to know who issued the stand-down order. She didn't flinch. Didn't look away. Didn't reach for diplomatic softening. Dawlish, she said. John Dawlish, Senior Auror. He received a communication from the minister's office instructing the response team to await secondary confirmation before deployment. Secondary confirmation required sign-off from a ministry liaison who was unavailable for 43 minutes. Unavailable by arrangement. By arrangement, she confirmed. The liaison was in a meeting that had been scheduled 3 days earlier, before the attack. Which tells us the timing of the attack was known in advance by someone inside the ministry. She held Harry's gaze. I have been unable to pursue this formally because every formal avenue I open gets closed by the minister's legal team within 24 hours. What about informally? Informally, she said, I know that the communication to Dawlish was sent from Fudge's office. Whether Fudge wrote it himself or someone used his office to send it, I cannot say with absolute certainty. Though I have a strong suspicion. Umbridge, Harry said. Amelia Bones looked at him for a moment. She has been Fudge's primary legal and political advisor for 2 years, she said carefully. She drafts much of his official correspondence. She has access to his seal. She paused. She also has a long-standing ideological position on what she calls blood purity and magical governance, which aligns in several specific ways with the faction that would benefit most from removing complications. Me being the complication, Harry said. You being one of several, she said. Though currently the largest. Harry looked at his tea. I'm invoking the compact intervention clause in 22 days, he said. Emergency Wisengamot session. Full restructuring of ministry oversight powers under the governance provisions. Fudge's removal from office is the primary motion. He looked at her. I need to know that the DMLE will enforce the session's decisions. That when the vote passes, the implementation doesn't get strangled in the department before it reaches the street. If the session is legitimate and the motions are legally sound, Amelia Bones said, the DMLE will implement. She met his eyes. That is not a political statement. That is how the law works, and I intend to enforce the law. That's all I'm asking, Harry said. She studied him for another moment. Whatever she was looking for, she seemed to find it, because she reached into her robes and produced a small card, plain white, ministry seal on the back. My private flu address, she said. If anything urgent changes before your session date, contact me directly. She stood. I've been watching that institution get hollowed out from the inside for 5 years. I would very much like to be present when someone fixes it. She left. Harry sat with his tea for a moment and thought that he was surrounded by an unusually high density of people who were simply competent and tired and waiting for something to be worth their full effort. He intended to be worth it. The emergency Wisengamot session was called with 7 days' notice, which was the minimum allowed under the Compact's intervention provisions and the maximum Harry was prepared to give Fudge's team to prepare a counter-strategy. Long enough to be legal. Short enough to prevent serious interference. The session was called for a Wednesday. Hermione spent the week before it in a state of organized intensity that Harry thought was the most focused he'd ever seen her, which was genuinely impressive given her baseline. She had the full legal filing, 43 pages, annotated, with precedent cited going back to 1209, ready 3 days early, reviewed by Ragnarok, cross-checked against both the Compact text and the British Governance Harmonisation Acts. She had testimony from Kingsley Shacklebolt about the Aurora delay, signed and sealed. She had the 11 recognition documents from the International Conclave, each one notarized and authenticated. She had, most crucially, the voting math. With Harry's 107 votes and the mid-tier House block that Augusta Longbottom had been quietly organizing for 2 weeks, she'd apparently spent those 2 weeks having a series of very pointed conversations with House representatives who had been waiting for a viable majority to attach themselves to. The final count was 131 votes in favor of the first motion and 119 against. Comfortable. Not comfortable enough to be careless, but comfortable enough to be certain. Fudge is going to make a scene, Sirius said, the night before the session. They were in the flat, which had by this point accumulated so much parchment and strategic planning material that it looked like a particularly ambitious library had lost a fight with a war room. Yes, Harry said. He's going to claim it's a coup. It's the opposite of a coup, Hermione said, without looking up. A coup is extra-legal seizure of power. This is legal restructuring through the established governance mechanism. The entire point of the Compact Intervention Clause is that it's an alternative to coups. Fudge won't see it that way, Sirius said. Fudge will see it as a 14-year-old stealing his job, Harry said. That's fine. He can see it however he wants. What he can't do is stop it, because the law is completely clear, and Hermione has made sure there's no crack in the legal architecture that his team can push a precedent through. He looked at her. Right? There is no crack, Hermione said, with the satisfaction of someone who has personally sealed every possible crack. Neville was cleaning his wand at the table with the methodical attention he gave to physical preparation before significant events. What happens to Umbridge? He asked. She gets removed from her ministry position along with Fudge's entire political staff, Harry said. The motions cover the full administrative circle, not just the top. He paused. She'll face formal inquiry into the hors delay. Shacklebolt's testimony is specific. Whether it results in prosecution depends on what the inquiry finds. It should result in prosecution, Hermione said, with feeling. It might, Harry said. But that's not my decision to make. That's Amelia Bones' department, and I think she'll be thorough. Luna was cross-legged on the sofa with her book, which she may or may not have been reading. She'll be very thorough, Luna said. I had a dream about it. There was a very pink office being systematically emptied. It was satisfying. Everyone was quiet for a moment. Right, Sirius said. Glad we've got that covered. The Wisengamot chamber on Wednesday morning had a different energy than it had 3 weeks ago. Word had moved through the institution the way significant news always moved, faster than the official channels and more accurately, corridors carrying the weight of it, the particular atmosphere of a body that knows something historic is happening and is deciding how to position itself relative to that history. Harry walked in with Neville and Hermione and Sirius, and he walked to his seat without ceremony. Fudge was already in his observer's position, and his face was contained. That was new. The florid anxiety Harry had seen in the first meeting had been replaced by something more deliberate, more managed, which told Harry that Fudge had spent the past week preparing. He had advisors around him, 3 of them, people Harry didn't know, ministry legal staff by their robes. And Umbridge to his left, as always, in pink, with her hands folded, watching Harry with an expression that was completely smooth and gave absolutely nothing away. Harry looked at her for a moment. She didn't look away. He did, because she wasn't the priority. Dumbledore called the session to order. Harry stood. I invoke the Compact Intervention Clause, he said. Section 22, Paragraph 1. On the grounds that the British Ministry of Magic has materially failed its duty of protection toward the recognized sovereign under circumstances that indicate not negligence but deliberate obstruction. He reached into his robes and produced the filing, 43 pages, 1 copy, because the original had already been filed with Gringotts at 8 this morning and entered into the compact record. He set it on the speaking floor. The full evidentiary record has been submitted to Gringotts as the neutral arbiter. The key elements are as follows. He spoke for 12 minutes. Not reading from the document, he knew it well enough not to need the page, and reading from it would have looked like a student at a lectern rather than a sovereign making a legal argument. He laid out the Conclave assassination attempt, the Darkwood class plot, the Hogwarts attack, the 43-minute hors delay, Dawlish's order, the communication from Fudge's office, and the broader pattern of ministry obstruction. He cited section numbers without hesitation because he'd memorized them, because Hermione had drilled him on them for a week and he'd reciprocated by actually caring enough to learn them properly. When he was done, the chamber was very quiet. Fudge stood. He was doing the controlled version, the statesman performance, and it was better than Harry had expected. The ministry categorically denies. The denial would carry more weight if you filed it with Gringotts, Harry said. Under the intervention clause, denials have to go through the neutral arbiter. Ministry statements made in this chamber are not formal responses under the compact. He paused. Would you like a moment to arrange the filing? Fudge's jaw worked. His legal advisors leaned in rapidly, whispering. One of them shook his head, the small definitive shake that meant we can't win this one in the chamber. The evidentiary record, Dumbledore said, with the careful neutrality of a chief warlock who was not going to tip his hand but whose whole demeanor said he'd read that record twice, has been received by Gringotts and acknowledged as complete under the compact protocols. The intervention clause is validly invoked. He looked at the chamber. We move to vote on the primary motion. The motion calls for the removal of the Minister for Magic under compact governance provisions, the appointment of an interim ministerial council pending election within 90 days, and the restructuring of ministry oversight powers as detailed in the filed document. He looked at Harry. Do you move? I move, Harry said. Seconded, said Augusta Longbottom, from the upper tier, without a moment's hesitation. The count took 4 minutes, because 107 votes with the paramount designation took 4 minutes to register through the chamber system, each one resonating in that bronze tone that had been filling the room for 3 weeks now. When it was done, the tally stood at 131 to 119. Harry watched Fudge's face when the count finalized. It was the face of a man watching something he'd built over 9 years come apart, and underneath the anger and the fear and the politician's reflex to look for a lever he hadn't tried yet, there was something simpler and smaller and more human, the bewildered hurt of a person who had genuinely believed that what he was doing was right, who had genuinely believed he was protecting the natural order of things, and who was discovering that the natural order of things had decided it didn't need his protection. Harry didn't feel satisfaction. He felt something closer to the weight of it, the specific gravity of doing a necessary thing to a person who was more foolish than evil, who had been given too much authority for his actual capacities and had filled the space around that mismatch with anxiety and bad decisions. Fudge wasn't Voldemort. He wasn't even Umbridge, who Harry thought was genuinely dangerous in the specific way of people who mistake cruelty for strength. Fudge was a bureaucrat who'd been put in charge of something too important for him and had made it worse for 9 years. Cornelius Fudge, Dumbledore said, and his voice was quiet and absolute, by vote of the Wizengamot under the provisions of the Eternal Compact, you are removed from the office of Minister for Magic effective immediately. Your ministry access credentials will be suspended within the hour. You are entitled to formal review of the decision within 30 days, through the Gringotts arbitration process. He paused. Thank you for your service. Fudge stood up. He looked at the chamber. He looked at Harry. His mouth opened once, closed. Then he walked out, and his 3 legal advisors went with him, and the door of the chamber swung shut behind him with the finality of a sound that didn't need to be loud to be complete. Umbridge had not moved. She was still in her chair, hands still folded, and her expression had not changed, completely smooth, completely present, watching the proceedings with those small eyes that took everything in. Harry looked at her across the chamber, and what he saw was not a woman who was broken by what had just happened. She was already working on something. Already calculating. He'd deal with her through Amelia Bones, through proper channels, because proper channels were what he'd just spent 3 weeks building and he intended to use them. But he noted the calculation in her eyes and filed it. The second motion passed 142 to 88, the interim ministerial council structure, with Amelia Bones as senior council member pending elections. Harry had recommended her name privately, not as a motion he was making himself but as information he'd shared with the mid-tier house block who had included her in their formal proposal. The distinction mattered. He wasn't appointing anyone. He was creating a structure and letting the people inside it make good choices. The third motion was the Sirius Black case review, and Harry moved it himself. The case of Sirius Black, he said, was never heard. He was imprisoned without trial, in direct violation of magical law, for 12 years. The review I'm requesting is not a pardon, it's the trial he was never given, conducted properly, under proper evidence standards. He looked at the chamber. The evidence for his innocence is substantial. The evidence against him, beyond the circumstantial, does not exist. Because no one ever looked for it. The motion passed 159 to 71. Sirius, in the observer's gallery, made no sound. Harry didn't look at him. He felt him, though, the way you feel someone behind you when they're the person you trust most at your back, present, solid, and trying very hard not to cry in a gallery full of people he'd spent 12 years wanting to be cleared in front of. Harry let him have the moment privately. It was his. The chamber emptied slowly afterward, the particular post-event decompression of a body that had just done something significant and was processing the scope of it. Harry stayed in his seat longer than most, watching people go, reading the body language of who left together, who avoided whom, who sought out whom to speak quietly in the aisles. Augusta Longbottom passed him on the way out and put one hand briefly on his shoulder without stopping, without saying anything, and walked on. It was somehow more meaningful than a speech would have been. Neville was waiting in the corridor outside with 2 cups of the terrible canteen coffee and the expression of someone who'd watched a session of the Wizengamot turn history and was still absorbing the texture of it. He handed Harry a cup. Harry drank it gratefully and leaned against the corridor wall. "Sirius," Neville said. "He'll find me when he's ready," Harry said. They stood there for a while in the way of 2 people who'd been through enough together that not talking was also a form of conversation. People moved past them in the corridor, Wizengamot members, ministry staff navigating a new reality, a pair of junior Aurors who looked at Harry with expressions that had shifted from last month's cautious uncertainty to something cleaner and more direct. Kingsley Shacklebolt appeared at the far end of the corridor, making his way toward Harry with the unhurried purposefulness of a tall man who moved efficiently. He stopped in front of Harry and looked at him for a moment, and his expression was the composed, intelligent face of someone who had spent years doing his job well under difficult conditions and was now standing in a corridor that felt, for the first time in years, like the conditions might improve. "Amelia Bones has asked me to communicate that the Aura Department will begin full implementation of the session's decisions within the hour," he said. "She also asked me to tell you that the inquiry into the Aura delay has been opened formally as of this morning." "Thank you, Kingsley," Harry said. Kingsley nodded. He started to go, then turned back. "The ward expansion at Hogwarts," he said. "I read the incident report." "Yes. I've been an Auror for 14 years. He paused. "I've never read a report like that." It wasn't awe exactly, it was the statement of a professional acknowledging something that exceeded his professional categories. He left it at that and walked on. Hermione appeared from the stairwell with her bag and her stack of parchment and the slightly dazed expression of someone who had just watched 43 pages of their own work have its intended effect on the real world. She stopped next to Harry and exhaled slowly. "We did it," she said. "You did most of it," Harry said. "The legal architecture was yours. The strategy was yours. The timing was yours. The meeting with Bones was yours." She paused. "I provided the mechanism. You aimed it." "We aimed it," Harry said. She looked at him, the real look, the one under the Chancellor mode, the Hermione who'd been his friend since a troll in a bathroom when they were 11. "Are you all right?" she asked. "Ask me in an hour," he said honestly. "I'm still processing." "That's the first time in 3 weeks you've said that," she said. "That's because most of the last 3 weeks I've known exactly what to do," he said. "This one," he paused. "Removing a minister. Changing the structure of a government. That's a different weight than winning a legal argument or stopping an attack. It should feel heavy. I don't want to be someone it doesn't feel heavy for." Hermione was quiet for a moment. "It's heavy," she said. "It's also right." "I know," Harry said. "Both can be true." Sirius found him 20 minutes later in a quiet section of the corridor near a window that looked out over the Thames. His eyes were red at the edges, which he wasn't trying to hide, and he walked up to Harry and put both arms around him in the specific way of someone who has needed to do that for a very long time and has finally decided that the occasion warrants it regardless of who might be watching. Harry hugged him back. They stood there for a moment in the ministry corridor with the Thames outside and the sound of the building adjusting to its new configuration around them. 12 years, Sirius said, against the top of his head. "I know," Harry said. You walked in there and you made it right." "The law made it right," Harry said. "I just used the law." Sirius pulled back and looked at him, and his face was the face of a man who'd been carrying something crushing for so long that its absence felt structurally strange, like a wall removed that had been bearing weight. "James and Lily," he said. I know," Harry said. "Me too." They stood at the window for a while. The Thames moved below, carrying its ordinary afternoon traffic, London going about its business in the complete indifference of a city that has been through too much history to be impressed by any particular Tuesday. Or Wednesday, as it happened. Outside the Wizengamot chamber, in a side corridor that Harry couldn't see from where he stood, Dolores Umbridge was speaking quietly into a communication mirror, her voice too low to carry, her expression behind the permanent smile finally showing what lived underneath it. The person on the other side of the mirror had red eyes and a cold voice, and they were listening with the focused attention of a being who had just received information that had required a significant revision to their existing strategy. The revision was, from their perspective, simple. Quiet was no longer available. The indirect approach had run its course. The boy had moved faster and more completely than anticipated, and the political shield that had been carefully maintained, the ministry buffer, the domestic interference, the managed chaos, was gone. Stripped away in a single Wednesday session by a 14-year-old and a 43-page document. Which left only the direct approach. The voice on the mirror spoke 3 words, and Umbridge closed the mirror and smoothed her robes and walked out of the Ministry of Magic into the afternoon, and her face was absolutely composed. Harry didn't see any of this. He was watching the Thames with Sirius, finishing cold coffee, letting the weight of the day settle into something he could carry forward. But Luna, passing through the atrium on her way out, stopped for just a moment near the corridor where Umbridge had been, and tilted her head slightly the way she did when she was registering something that others missed. She wrote 1 word on a small piece of parchment, folded it, and handed it to a ministry owl. The word was, soon. Chapter 7, Dark Crown's Luna's note arrived at breakfast on a Friday. Harry read it, put it down, picked up his toast, and looked at the grain of the wood on the table for about 10 seconds. Then he said, "How soon is soon?" "She didn't say," Hermione said, reading over his shoulder. "She never says," Neville said. "She said soon enough to warn us," Harry said, "which means not immediately but not distant either. Days, not weeks." He looked at the note. Luna's handwriting was distinctive, round and unhurried, like the writer had all the time in the world, which Harry had come to understand was not carelessness but a deliberate relationship with urgency. She didn't panic. She just noticed things ahead of time and passed them along. "What's Voldemort's status?" Hermione reached into her bag. It had become a running joke that Hermione's bag contained approximately everything ever written, and produced a folder. "The International Intelligence Network from the Conclave has been active for 3 weeks. Nakamura's people have the most current picture." She opened it. "He's been consolidating for months. The resurrection was more complete than anyone knew. Full body, full magical capacity, possibly enhanced beyond his pre-fall state because the ritual he used pulled on some very old and very dangerous magic." She paused. "His current location is unknown. He's been moving. Britain, primarily, but he's been to continental Europe at least twice. Visiting allies," Harry said. "Testing them," Neville said, and both Harry and Hermione looked at him. He shrugged. "That's what I'd do. After a 12-year absence you can't trust that the people who were loyal before still are. You visit. You read the room. You find out who's actually with you." "That's very good," Harry said. "I've been reading a lot," Neville said. "Military history. Strategy. Herbology, obviously, but also strategy." He said it without emphasis, the same way he said everything, the quiet competence that had stopped being surprising only because it was so consistent. "The Umbridge communication," Harry said. "Luna saw it happen. I want to know who she was talking to." "I've been working on that," Remus said from the doorway. He came in, set a fresh pot of tea on the table without being asked, and sat down with the air of a man who had not slept much. "She left the ministry through the Flu network. The destination was masked, which requires either significant skill or a prepared relay system. But the mirror she was using, ministry issue, the kind issued to senior staff, has a log. Gringotts obtained it as part of the inquiry. And the call connected to an address in Wiltshire," Remus said. "Which is currently empty. The Malfoys have been in France since Lucius was formally questioned about the Hogwarts attack." He paused. "But Wiltshire is where the Riddle estate is. Approximately 8 miles from the Malfoy property." The table was quiet. "He's been at the Riddle estate," Harry said. It would make sense, Remus said. There's a very old magical residue on that property. He was born there, in a sense, the version of himself he considers real was born in that house. It has a kind of significance for him. Symbolic, Hermione said. He'd want to reconstitute himself somewhere that reinforced his identity. And now he knows the ministry buffer is gone, Harry said. Now he knows I've reorganized the political landscape. Umbridge was reporting to him, which means everything she saw in that chamber on Wednesday he knows. He looked at the note again. He's going to come here. To Hogwarts, Neville said. He'll want to challenge the claim directly, Harry said. He can't do it politically, I've outmaneuvered him there. He can't do it through the ministry, it's been restructured. He can't do it through proxy attacks, those have failed twice. So he'll do what he's always done when subtlety stops working. He put the note down. He'll show up and dare me to deal with him personally. That's insane, Hermione said. It's completely rational, Harry said. From his perspective. He has an army. He has the element of terror. He's been building his mythology for 50 years. Walking directly into the seat of my power and challenging me in front of witnesses is the only move left that has a chance of working. He looked around the table. It also happens to be the move that, if he loses, ends everything. The mythology, the followers, the 40 years of carefully cultivated fear. He can't afford to send another attack. He has to come himself. Hermione was very still. You want him to come? I want him to come here, Harry said. On my ground. On terms I can control. The alternative is hunting him, which is long and dangerous and unpredictable and costs people. He looked at her. If he comes here, we choose the field. He might not come alone, Neville said. He won't, Harry said. That's fine. The word fine sat in the air for a moment in the particular way it did when Harry said it. Not casual, not dismissive, but the specific tone of someone who has looked at a very large problem and decided that the size of it is simply a feature rather than an obstacle. Sirius came through the door with the prophet and put it on the table. The headline read, Ministry Transition Underway, Bones Confirmed AS Interim Senior Counsel. Below the fold, dark mark sightings reported in 3 counties. He tapped the second headline. It's starting, he said. It's been starting for weeks, Harry said. Now he's letting us see it. He stood up. I'm going to Hogwarts today. I want to talk to the castle. He looked at Neville. Come with me. I want to do something about the wards. What Harry wanted to do about the wards turned out to take 6 hours. The Hogwarts ward system, Flitwick explained when he joined them in the late morning with his customary combination of precise knowledge and visible excitement, was comprised of 11 distinct layers installed across 9 centuries, each one added by different hands with different magical philosophies, creating a structure that was extraordinarily complex and occasionally contradictory. Parts of it were in direct tension with other parts. The pre-modern Western seam that the Death Eaters had exploited was one example, an old layer and a newer one that should have been harmonized and never were, leaving a gap that required specific knowledge to find but rewarded that knowledge significantly. Harry stood at the castle's central ward node, a place in the foundations that Flitwick described as the architectural heart of the entire system, a chamber below the dungeons that Harry had found by letting the castle direct his feet, and put his hands flat on the floor. The resonance that came up was enormous. All 11 layers at once, all the contradictions and tensions and centuries of accumulated intention, vast and complex and slightly chaotic, the way a very old library is chaotic, not disorganized but accumulated beyond any single organizing system. Harry spent an hour just listening. Then he started working. He couldn't have explained what he was doing in technical terms because Flitwick, watching from the doorway with his arms crossed and an expression of absolute fascination, asked him twice and both times Harry's best answer was some variation of making it agree with itself. What it looked and felt like was the process of finding the tensions in the system and addressing each one, not forcing harmonization but understanding why the layers disagreed and finding the underlying intention they had in common. The pre-conquest layer and the 17th century reinforcement disagreed on the fundamental question of whether wards should be permissive or restrictive to magical creatures. Once Harry understood that disagreement, bridging it was less like repairing a wall and more like translating between two languages that were saying the same thing in different vocabularies. After 6 hours, the ward system was the most unified it had been since the founders left. Flitwick was very quiet afterward. He walked around the node chamber looking at the harmonized ward signature with the expression of a man who has just seen something that will take him some time to fully appreciate. In 40 years of ward study, he said finally, I have never. He stopped. I genuinely cannot categorize what you just did. Is the Western seam fixed? Neville asked, from the practical standpoint he always occupied. There is no Western seam, Flitwick said. There is no seam of any kind in any direction. The entire perimeter is a single unified layer. He paused. I don't think it can be broken from the outside. I mean that literally. I don't think there is a method currently known to magical practice that could breach this ward boundary without the heir's specific consent. Neville looked at Harry. Good, he said simply. Harry was sitting on the floor of the node chamber looking slightly transparent around the edges, which happened sometimes after he'd spent a sustained period channeling the inheritance resonance. He drank the water Neville handed him and waited for the clarity to come back. He'll know, Harry said. When he gets close enough to feel the ward perimeter, he'll know what he's facing. Will that stop him? Neville said. No, Harry said. But it'll tell us when he's here. The ward will tell me. He looked at Flitwick. Can you give me a day's notice? The ward will give you more than that, Flitwick said. If someone with his particular dark magic signature approaches within 5 miles, you'll feel it. He paused. You might feel it within 10. He felt it on a Tuesday night, 3 days after the ward work. He was asleep, actually asleep, which had been increasingly rare, and which made waking feel more jarring. He sat up in the dark of his 4th-floor room and the resonance was screaming, quiet and deep and absolute, the way a very large bell screams when you're standing next to it and it's registering something far below audible frequency. The wrongness of it was specific. Not the generalized dark magic of the Death Eater attack 3 weeks ago. This was targeted. Intentional. Aimed at him personally with the specific quality of something that had been aiming at him since before he could remember. He was dressed and moving before he was fully conscious of the decision. He sent Patronus messages first, not his usual silver stag but something the inheritance resonance had transformed over the past weeks, the stag still recognizable but larger and more solid, lit from within rather than just luminous on the surface. It went to Neville, to Sirius, to Remus, to McGonagall. He sent a separate one to Dumbledore in his office, who was in residence and had been on alert since Monday. Then he went downstairs. The great hall was dark and enormous and exactly the right size for what was about to happen. Harry stood in the center of it, in the dark, and waited. Neville arrived in 2 minutes. He was fully dressed and had been awake, Harry suspected. Neville had been sleeping lightly since the first attack, the way soldiers sleep when they know the front is close. He took his position without being directed, to Harry's right and slightly behind, and the posture of him in the dark said everything about the decision he'd made and wasn't going to revisit. McGonagall came with 3 other teachers. Sirius and Remus appeared from the guest quarters. Dumbledore arrived last, from the stairs behind the high table, and he walked to stand at Harry's left with the unhurried certainty of an old man who has been preparing for a confrontation of this nature for most of his adult life and has made his peace with the fact that it's arrived. They stood in the dark great hall and listened to the castle. The ward boundary held. Nothing came through it. Harry had been very specific about that, in the ward work, the wards now requiring his direct active consent for anything carrying active dark intent to pass through. But outside the boundary, on the grounds approaching from the south, something enormous and cold and very old was gathering. Not just Voldemort. His army. The ward communicated the count and impressions the way it always did, but this time the impressions were numerous and dense. 60, 70 Death Eaters. And beyond them, darker and more diffuse, the particular signature of Inferi, the reanimated dead, which Voldemort had apparently been building up in the months since his return. And controlling all of it from the center, the single point of such compressed dark magical power that the ward recoiled from it like a hand from a hot surface, the presence that had been a pressure in Harry's life since before he could name it. He was there. Right there. Outside the window. The first thing that happened was that a human-shaped silhouette appeared on the grounds, lit from behind by a series of casting lights from the Death Eaters arrayed behind it. Tall, thin, with the wrong proportions that Harry had noticed when he'd seen him at the end of the third task, too long in the neck and hands, the movements too fluid, the impression of something that had been made rather than born. He walked across the south grounds toward the castle with the particular unhurried arrogance of a man who has decided that arriving slowly is its own statement. He stopped at the ward boundary. Harry felt the moment of contact, the specific instant when Voldemort put a hand against the ward and found it not the structure he remembered from previous approaches but something entirely different, something that pushed back with the same force he pushed with, something that had no weakness he could locate because there was no seam, no gap, no crack. He stood at the ward boundary for 30 seconds. Then his voice came through it, and this was the magic of his particular power, that his voice carried through barriers other sound didn't, the Parseltongue ability extended to all speech, some quality of his rebuilt magic that made words physical. It was cold and precise and carried no emotion that Harry could identify as human. "Harry Potter," he said. "Tom Riddle," Harry said. His own voice went through the window glass with the inheritance resonance carrying it, and it went clearly, and on the grounds outside he saw the Death Eater formation shift very slightly at the name Voldemort had spent 50 years erasing, spoken as if it were simply a fact. A pause. "You've been busy," Voldemort said. "I've been working," Harry said. "The ward is impressive. Your inheritance work is," another pause, "the specific quality of someone acknowledging something they'd prefer not to acknowledge, more complete than I anticipated." "You anticipated wrong," Harry said. "About most of it." "I anticipated a frightened child discovering power too large for him," Voldemort said. The voice was perfectly conversational and absolutely cold. "I have needed to revise." "I noticed," Harry said. "The attacks were the revision process, I assume. The clasp, the conclave, the Hogwarts assault, the ministry interference." He looked through the window at the silhouette. "None of it worked." "No," Voldemort said. "None of it worked." He moved, slightly, the too fluid motion of him, and the casting lights caught his face and Harry could see him properly through the glass, the flat red eyes, the noseless face, the white skin that wasn't quite the texture of living skin. He had been a boy named Tom Riddle who had been very intelligent and very damaged and had made a specific series of choices that had taken him step by step into something that had stopped being human decades ago, and looking at him now Harry felt neither fear nor hatred. He felt the deep, flat clarity of someone facing something they've been moving toward their whole life. "You have a claim," Voldemort said. "Yes. So do I." "No," Harry said. "You don't. You're a lateral branch heir through the Gaunt line. The primary Slytherin descent runs through me. The blood verification is complete, the records are at Gringotts, the international community has recognized the designation." He paused. "You were never the heir to anything real, Tom. You were the heir to a distant cousin's pretension." The stillness on the grounds was absolute. 60 Death Eaters in complete silence. "You will let me in," Voldemort said. "I won't," Harry said. "The ward cannot hold indefinitely against, the ward has no seam," Harry said. "And it runs on the foundational magic of Hogwarts, which is the most complex and deep ward structure in Britain, and which I have unified and extended. It will hold as long as I'm alive." He looked at the red eyes through the glass. "Come back in a century." The silence stretched. Then Voldemort said, very quietly, "I will kill everyone you love." Harry looked at the thin white shape outside the ward boundary, at the army behind it, at the flat red eyes, and he thought about what fear was supposed to feel like and found it wasn't there. Not because he didn't care, he cared enormously, he cared about every person in this building with a ferocity that lived in his chest like a furnace, but because the threat was the last language of a man who had run out of better options. "Try," Harry said. He stepped back from the window, turned, and looked at the people in the great hall. McGonagall and the teachers, Sirius and Remus, Neville at his right, Dumbledore at his left. "He'll test the ward perimeter for weaknesses he can't find," he said, in his normal voice, as if they were discussing a problem in class. "When he doesn't find them, he'll try to draw me out directly, a direct challenge to the sovereign, probably public, because he needs an audience. He needs witnesses to the confrontation." He looked at Dumbledore. "How long can the Death Eaters hold a sustained casting against the ward? At that density? Perhaps 6 hours before exhaustion sets in." "Then we wait," Harry said. "And while we wait, we let every international ally know that he's here. Active. In the open." He looked at Hermione, who had appeared from somewhere in the last several minutes and was already writing. "Every recognition document. Every signatory nation. This is the public confrontation they were expecting, and it's happening at Hogwarts, and it's on the record." Hermione was writing. She was also, he noticed, trembling slightly in her hands, not from fear exactly, but from the specific physical response of someone who is very frightened and is functioning perfectly in spite of it, which was its own form of extraordinary courage. "Hermione," he said. She looked up. "You're doing brilliantly," he said. She held his gaze for a second, then gave him the sharp decisive nod and went back to writing. Outside, the assault on the ward began at midnight. It was sustained and coordinated and technically sophisticated. Harry had underestimated, slightly, the quality of the Death Eater wand work, which had clearly been drilled and organized in the months of Voldemort's reconsolidation. They hit the ward in rotation, in patterns, targeting different sections simultaneously to create distributed stress rather than concentrated pressure. The ward didn't move. Harry sat in the great hall and felt it being tested and felt it holding and occasionally reached into the foundational resonance to reinforce a section that was taking more than its share of load, and it was the most peculiar experience, the sensation of the castle as an extension of himself, of being responsible for a building that was simultaneously a home and a weapon and a very old living thing that was doing its level best to help. Voldemort tried twice himself. The first time was approximately 2 in the morning. Harry felt the specific signature of his magic against the ward boundary, vastly more powerful than any individual Death Eater, the compressed dark energy of 50 years of developed magical practice hitting the ward like a fist. Harry pushed back, and what happened was that the ward simply absorbed it and returned it, not violently, just, refused it, the same way a foundation wall refuses force, not by opposition but by being more fundamentally present than whatever is pushing against it. The second time was an hour later, and this time Voldemort sent his power into the ward in a sustained push rather than a strike, looking for the slow deformation rather than the break, and Harry felt this one more clearly, felt the quality of his magic, the intelligence of it, the way it probed and shifted and adapted. There was something almost like a conversation in it. Two magical systems in contact, each assessing the other. Harry let him look. Let him feel the full depth of what the ward rested on. Not just the foundational Hogwarts magic. The inheritance resonance, 35 bloodlines, the accumulated weight of every house that had joined his claim, Peveril and Gryffindor and Slytherin and Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff and 30 more, all of it woven into the ward structure and available to it. The primary heir to the Slytherin line. The heir to every line that Voldemort had built his identity around claiming. He felt Voldemort understand this. The push withdrew. Silence, for 20 minutes. Then Voldemort's voice again, through the ward, and this time it was different, still cold, still precise, but carrying something that Harry took a moment to identify. It was not quite anger. It was the specific quality of a very intelligent person confronting the fact that their model of a situation was wrong in a fundamental way, and the emotion of that confrontation had the particular edge of something that has been built up for decades cracking against an unexpected surface. "Come out," Voldemort said. "No," Harry said. "You're hiding behind your ward." I'm choosing my ground, Harry said. There's a difference. Come back in the morning, after your army has exhausted itself, and we'll talk properly. He paused. Or better yet, go home. Think about the legal reality. You have no claim. You have no political leverage. You have 60 people outside a ward you can't break. He looked at the window. This is what the end of your campaign looks like, Tom. Not a dramatic battle. Just a door that won't open. He felt Voldemort's stillness on the other side of the ward, and it was the stillness of someone who is genuinely, deeply furious in the cold way rather than the hot way, furious in the way that doesn't produce immediate action but produces very deliberate long-term planning. He knew that fury. He'd felt the edge of it since childhood. The difference now was that he was standing on the right side of it. I will find another way, Voldemort said. You'll try, Harry said. And we'll be ready. He sat down, deliberately, in the nearest chair, and looked at the window. Go home. At 3:47 in the morning, the ward assault stopped. The Death Eaters withdrew. Harry felt them go through the ward, the impressions of dark magic receding across the south grounds, retreating toward the ward boundary's outer edge, and then through it and gone. The cold presence that was Voldemort withdrew last, slowly, deliberately, not fleeing but choosing to leave, maintaining the fiction of agency right to the end. The ward settled. The castle breathed. Sirius exhaled beside him. Remus sat down on the steps with his back against the wall in the specific way of someone whose legs have been holding him upright through sheer determination for several hours. McGonagall was at the window, watching the empty grounds, and her face had the particular expression of someone who loves a place deeply and has just watched someone try to take it from them and fail. Neville sat down next to Harry without a word. They both looked at the empty grounds through the window. He'll come back, Neville said. Yes, Harry said. With a better plan. Yes. So we need a better plan first, Neville said. Yes, Harry said, for the third time, and there was something almost like comfort in the simplicity of Neville's way of looking at things, the linear clarity, the absence of theater, the forward motion. We do. Dumbledore appeared at Harry's other shoulder. He had been present all night, had contributed 3 specific ward reinforcements in the early hours that Harry had been genuinely grateful for, and now he had the look of a man who is very old and has stayed up all night and doesn't care about either of those things because the morning exists and he's in it. There is something I should have told you, Dumbledore said, that becomes relevant now. Harry looked at him. The reason he cannot die from ordinary means, Dumbledore said. The Horcruxes. He paused, and his voice had the specific quality of a man releasing something he'd carried alone for too long. He has fractured his soul. Multiple times. There are objects in the world that contain pieces of it, and while any single piece exists, he cannot be permanently destroyed. He looked at Harry. I have been researching this for 3 years. I have identified several. I know where some of them are. He paused again. I should have shared this with you when you came to me. I didn't because I had a plan for addressing them that involved managing the timeline, Harry said. Yes. Quietly. Tell me everything, Harry said. Now. Tonight. He looked at the dark grounds, empty now, the ward boundary calm. We finish planning at first light. Dumbledore sat down across from him at the great hall table, and a house elf appeared with tea, and through the tall windows the sky was starting, imperceptibly, to lighten at the very eastern edge. Luna had been right, as she always was. Soon had meant tonight. And tonight had not been the end, Harry knew that, felt it in the specific incompleteness of the ward confrontation, the feeling of a first move answered rather than a match concluded. But tonight had also proven something, demonstrated something in the clearest possible terms for every witness and every ally and every nervous Death Eater standing outside a ward that wouldn't break. Tom Riddle had come to Hogwarts to challenge the Eternal King. He had pressed his full power against a boundary the King had made, and the boundary had not moved. He had asked the King to come out, and the King had said no, and the no had been complete, and the asking had exposed the extent of what Riddle was working with. He'd come to take something, and he'd discovered there was nothing here he could take. That was, Harry thought, drinking Hogwarts house elf tea at 4 in the morning while Dumbledore finally told him the truth, a reasonably good Tuesday. Wednesday, technically. Neville would have pointed that out. Harry didn't bother. He just listened to Dumbledore, and thought about Horcruxes, and planned. Chapter 8, What Kings Are Made of. The Horcrux hunt took 11 days. Not because they were difficult to find. Dumbledore had been building his knowledge of them for 3 years and had 4 locations identified with confidence, 2 more suspected, 1 destroyed already by his own hand the previous winter. What took time was the doing of it properly, planning each retrieval, accounting for the traps Voldemort had layered around each one, and making sure that the people going into those situations came back out. Harry insisted on going himself for 3 of the 4 confirmed ones. Dumbledore argued against this once, on the first morning, and Harry listened to the argument fully and then explained, simply, that the inheritance resonance could detect the Horcrux's dark magical signature from a distance that no other method could match, which made him the most effective advanced scout in the group, and that sending other people into danger he could reduce by being present was not an option he was willing to exercise. Dumbledore recognized the argument as both tactically sound and immovable, and didn't raise it again. The 4 of them went for the first one, Harry, Neville, Sirius, and Dumbledore, to a cave on the Scottish coast where the Locket Horcrux sat in a basin of potion above a lake full of inferi. The potion was designed to incapacitate whoever drank it, which was Dumbledore's memory of the original trap. Harry walked to the basin and put his hand above the liquid and pulled the Horcrux out of it without drinking anything, because the inheritance resonance reached into the dark magic of the basin's enchantment and simply parted it, the way you part curtains, the magic recognizing the authority of the primary bloodline and stepping aside. Dumbledore stared at the locket in Harry's hand. That was supposed to require drinking the entire basin, he said. I know, Harry said. Let's go before the inferi notice. They went before the inferi noticed. The second one was in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts, which turned out to be the least complicated of the 4 because Ragnarok opened the vault himself, personally, with the expression of a goblin who had been waiting for a reason to take something from Bellatrix Lestrange for years and was deeply pleased to finally have one. The Hufflepuff cup sat on a shelf between 2 extremely cursed objects, both of which Harry identified and flagged for Gringotts' Dark Objects Disposal Team, and Ragnarok lifted the cup with a pair of specially made tongs and placed it in a lead-lined case. Thank you, Harry said. The vault fee, Ragnarok said, has been adjusted to reflect the removal of the illegal dark object stored without declaration, the interest penalties on said undeclared object, and a processing charge. He closed the case. The balance owed to Gringotts by the Lestrange account is significant. I'm sure it is, Harry said. Send the bill to the Ministry Inquiry. They're compiling the asset records anyway. Ragnarok looked very slightly pleased. The third was the diadem, which was in Hogwarts the whole time, in the room of requirement, in the specific variant of the room that acted as a repository for things people had hidden over centuries. Harry walked in and felt it immediately, the cold pulse of fractured soul hidden inside beautiful metalwork, and found it in about 4 minutes beneath a pile of broken furniture and a cabinet someone had clearly used to store illegal substances in approximately 1987. He picked it up and felt the Horcrux's dark magic try to influence his thoughts, a pressure, a whisper, the specific manipulation of something designed to corrupt, and the inheritance resonance burned it off like sunlight on frost, automatic and complete. Does it bother you? Neville asked, watching him hold it. It tries, Harry said. The Peveril inheritance specifically, there's something in it about resisting soul magic. The Peverils built the Hallows, presumably understood the theory. He looked at the diadem. It's like being shouted at in a language you don't speak. The 4th confirmed Horcrux was the snake. Nagini was with Voldemort, which meant the snake was a problem for later. The 2 suspected ones, a ring in the ruins of the Gaunt Shack in Little Hangleton, and something at the Riddle estate itself, were the ones that required more work. The ring Dumbledore had already partially addressed, had in fact already destroyed the stone inside it and suffered significant dark magic damage to his hand in doing so, damage that Harry looked at and addressed as best he could through the inheritance resonance, reducing the curse's progress considerably. The estate required reconnaissance, which was Remus's specialty, and he came back from 2 nights of careful observation with a specific location inside the building and a detailed map of the curse traps surrounding it, and Hermione spent a day analyzing the trap patterns and identifying the sequencing. The 6th Horcrux turned out to be a diary that no longer existed, destroyed by Harry himself in his 2nd year with a basilisk fong, which he'd completely forgotten counted and which Dumbledore told him with something between amusement and deep respect for the universe's sense of narrative. That left the ring, which Dumbledore handled, and the snake. And Harry himself, which was the conversation Dumbledore had been building toward for 11 days, sitting with it, carrying it, trying to find the right words for a very wrong thing. He told Harry on the 11th morning. Harry was at his desk in the 4th floor room, working through correspondence. There was always correspondence now, a steady river of it from 11 governments and 35 houses and the restructured ministry and Ragnarok and a dozen other sources, and Dumbledore came in and sat down and said, without preamble, because they had agreed on directness and Dumbledore was honoring it, there is a 7th Horcrux. Harry put his quill down. When the curse struck you as an infant, Dumbledore said, Voldemort's soul was so unstable, so many fractures already, that a piece of it attached itself to the only living magical vessel in the room. You. He met Harry's eyes. There is a fragment of his soul in you, Harry. It has been there since you were 15 months old. It is, in part, why you can speak Parseltongue. Why you can feel him. Why you have some access to his thoughts and emotions, particularly when he is strongly feeling them. The room was very quiet. It would need to be destroyed, Harry said. Yes. Which means, in theory, Dumbledore said, and his voice was very careful, it would require your death. The conventional understanding of Horcrux destruction is that the vessel must be destroyed. He paused. However. Harry waited. The Deathly Hallows, Dumbledore said. The Peverell line. You are the master of death in a way that is not metaphorical. The inheritance resonance and the Hallows connection to the Peverell bloodline means the boundary between life and death is, for you, more permeable than for anyone else who has ever lived. He paused again. I believe, and I want to be honest that this is belief informed by research and not absolute certainty, that if you allowed the piece of his soul to be destroyed while consciously and willingly standing in the space between, the inheritance resonance would anchor you and bring you back. You believe, Harry said. I believe, Dumbledore said. I am not certain. What's the mechanism? The killing curse, if cast by Voldemort himself, would destroy the Horcrux while leaving your soul intact, because your soul is the primary inhabitant of your body, anchored by the Peverell inheritance, and the curse is designed to sever soul from body. The piece of Riddle's soul has no such anchor. It would be destroyed. He met Harry's eyes. Your soul, however, has 35 ancestral lines woven into it. The Peverell Master of Death designation. The castle's foundational resonance. The inheritance magic is not a thing that dies easily. He folded his hands. I believe you would come back. You believe, Harry said again. Yes. Quietly. Harry stood up and walked to the window. The grounds were bright and ordinary in the late morning, the lake silver, the sky clear, the forest dark and enormous at the edge of the world. He stood there and thought about this, not in the spiral way, not with the panic that might have been reasonable, but in the direct way he'd learned was his own particular form of processing. The thing in front of him. What it required. Whether he could do it. He'd been carrying a piece of Voldemort's soul for 14 years. He hadn't known, but looking back, he could feel it now that he'd been told, a specific wrongness in the inheritance resonance, a note that didn't belong in the chord, small and dark and foreign, lodged like a splinter in something very deep. He could feel it. And now that he could feel it, it was the most obvious thing in the world that it needed to come out. I'll need to talk to Neville, Harry said, without turning from the window. Of course, Dumbledore said. And Hermione. She'll want to verify the theoretical framework. She'll probably find 3 things you missed and 2 things you got wrong. Almost certainly, Dumbledore said, and there was something in his voice, not quite a smile but living in the same region. And Sirius, Harry said. I'm not doing anything of this magnitude without telling him. Harry, Dumbledore said. He turned. I am sorry, Dumbledore said. For all of it. For the years of not telling you the things you should have been told. For the choices I made about your life that were not mine to make. He held Harry's gaze with the directness of a man who has spent a long time not looking at something and has decided that the avoidance is over. I did what I believed was right. I was wrong about many of it. I would like you to know that I understand that. Harry looked at him for a moment. At the old face, the tired eyes, the person who had been making enormous decisions about the world for 70 years and had been right often enough and wrong often enough and was still here, still trying. I know, Harry said. We're all right, Dumbledore. Hermione found 4 things he'd missed and 3 things he'd gotten wrong. The corrected theoretical framework, which she wrote in 6 hours and presented to Harry, Dumbledore, Sirius, and Remus with the focused intensity of someone who had been given the most important assignment of their life and had treated it accordingly, confirmed the essential conclusion: the mechanism would work, with modifications. The killing curse was not strictly necessary. What was needed was Voldemort's specific dark magic signature applied directly to the Horcrux fragment, and the Horcrux fragment resided in Harry's scar. Any sufficiently direct application of Voldemort's own magic would do. And the return mechanism was not dependent on conscious willing, it was structural, built into the inheritance resonance, automatic in the way breathing was automatic. You don't have to choose to come back, Hermione said, and her voice was very controlled. The inheritance will bring you back because the inheritance is constitutionally incapable of letting the primary line end while it has the capacity to prevent it. That's reassuring, Neville said, from the corner. It's the most reassuring thing in this entire conversation, Sirius said, who had been maintaining composure with increasing difficulty since the word death had first appeared in Hermione's presentation. Sirius, Harry said. I'm fine, Sirius said. You're not. I'm choosing to be fine, which is different. He looked at Harry with the specific expression that had no name, love and grief and pride and the particular helplessness of caring enormously about someone who has just told you they're going to walk into a lethal situation and walk back out and you cannot follow them into the space between. When I face him directly, Harry said. He has to be the one to do it. It has to come from him. He looked at the group. Which means I have to give him the opportunity. Which means I have to let him think he has a chance. You have to let him think he's winning, Neville said. For about 30 seconds, Harry said. The challenge went out the next morning. A single letter, delivered through a chain of intermediaries whose identities Harry knew and Voldemort would have to assume were compromised, therefore making the letter's arrival deliberate. The letter was short. You want to end this. So do I. The Horcruxes are gone. You know this because you can feel it. Come to Hogwarts at noon on Saturday. Come alone. I will meet you on the grounds. He signed it with the Eternal King's seal. The reply came in 3 hours. Also short. Also direct. Also signed, which was new, the snake-like script of a man who had spent decades hiding his name and had apparently decided, given the context, that the concealment was beneath him. Saturday. Noon. Come alone. He'll bring people, Neville said. Of course he will, Harry said. So will I. He looked at the letter. But he'll think he's humoring me while he sets up the real trap, and I'll let him think that. He folded the letter. And then I'll deal with it. Saturday was a perfect morning, which felt almost rude given what it was for, the sky that particular deep September blue that appears briefly and honestly in Britain before autumn commits, the grounds bright and clean, the lake catching light the way it did when there was no wind. Harry stood at the main entrance at 11:45 and looked at the weather and thought that the world had very little interest in matching its mood to human events and that this was, actually, fine. He was wearing the robes he'd worn to the Gringotts session. The rings on his hands. Nothing ceremonial beyond that, no armor, no special preparation beyond the ward work and the Horcrux research and 11 days of knowing this was coming. Neville was behind him and slightly left. He had his wand and a look that said he was entirely present and would remain so regardless of what happened. Sirius was to Harry's right. He had the particular quality of a man who has been in enough real danger to know what it actually feels like and who is feeling it now and is doing something useful with the feeling. Dumbledore stood at the door. He would stay there. This was Harry's ground and Harry's confrontation, and Dumbledore had finally, genuinely understood that his role in it was to be present and available rather than central. Hermione was in the fourth-floor room with a communication network active to all 11 international allies. If something went wrong, if the plan failed in a way none of them had anticipated, the international response would be immediate and coordinated. Luna was somewhere on the grounds. Harry had tried to establish where, exactly, and been unable to, and had decided that this was probably appropriate. She'd be where she needed to be when she needed to be there. At noon exactly, the South Ward showed the approach. Voldemort came across the grounds with 20 Death Eaters behind him in a formation that was designed to look like escort rather than army, the distinction being largely aesthetic, and Harry watched them come and felt the ward system tracking each one and felt, also, the cold specific presence of Nagini somewhere in that group, the last Horcrux, moving in the grass. He waited until Voldemort was 30 feet away. "You said alone," Harry said. "I said I would come alone," Voldemort said. "I said nothing about them coming alone." The red eyes moved over Harry, the inventory look, the strategic assessment, the thing he always did. "You said alone as well." "I said I would meet you on the grounds," Harry said. "I'm meeting you on the grounds." He looked at the red eyes. "The Horcruxes are gone, Tom." A stillness. "I felt it," Voldemort said. "The locket. The cup. The diadem." He paused. "The ring, which Dumbledore destroyed last winter. The diary, which you destroyed yourself in your second year." Another pause, fractionally longer. "You were thorough." "Hermione was thorough," Harry said. "I pointed her at the problem." "There is still one," Voldemort said, and there was something in his voice that might have been satisfaction if satisfaction could be made of ice. "One you haven't found. One you can't destroy without destroying the vessel." "I know," Harry said. "I'm going to let you destroy it." The silence that followed this was absolute. 20 Death Eaters, all perfectly still. Nagini somewhere in the grass. The bright September noon. "You're going to let me kill you," Voldemort said. "I'm going to let you try," Harry said. "There's a difference." He met the red eyes. "The fragment of your soul in my scar, it's been there since I was 15 months old and it needs to come out. You're the only one who can do it. So." He held Voldemort's gaze. "Do it. And then we'll find out what happens next." He saw the calculation in those eyes, the rapid assessment of whether this was a trap, a bluff, a surrender, a mistake. He watched Voldemort look for the angle and not find a satisfying one and decide that the opportunity was real, because the opportunity was real, and Voldemort was too intelligent not to recognize that. He raised his wand. Harry dropped his. The killing curse was green, the specific green that had been in his nightmares since before he could remember, and it hit him directly in the chest and the world went white. The space between was not what he'd expected. He'd expected nothing, unconsciousness, void, the absence of sensation. What he got was something closer to the foundational ward chamber, the warm amber light and the very old stone, except there was no stone. Just the warmth, and a quality of presence, and the inheritance resonance all around him at full volume, all 35 bloodlines, every house, everything that had been in him since the ritual, now fully present and oriented toward a single purpose. He could feel the piece of Riddle's soul leaving. It was like a splinter working free, specific and sharp, and when it was gone, the absence of it was astonishing, because he hadn't realized how much of his background sensation of wrongness had been the constant low-level presence of something foreign in his core. He was completely himself. The inheritance resonance pulled. He came back. He was on the grass. He was lying on his back looking at the September sky, which was still the same improbable blue, and he was alive with the particular aliveness of someone who has been somewhere else very briefly and is extremely glad to be back. He sat up. Voldemort was staring at him. The red eyes were, Harry had never seen this on his face before. Not fear, not quite, but something adjacent, something that lived next to fear in the same way that shock and revelation were adjacent. Harry stood up. He picked up his wand from the grass. "Hello," he said. "That's not possible," Voldemort said. "The Peveril inheritance," Harry said. "Master of Death designation. It's in the Gringotts records." He looked at Voldemort. "The fragment is gone, Tom. I can feel it. Can you feel the difference?" He could see from Voldemort's face that yes, he could feel the difference. The specific dark resonance of a piece of fractured soul destroyed, the feedback through whatever connection existed between the original and its pieces. He could feel it was gone. And he could feel that Harry Potter was standing in front of him alive and whole and without the Horcrux that had been his inadvertent insurance policy against this confrontation for 14 years. "The snake," Harry said quietly, to Neville. Neville had been waiting for this. He'd known it would come at this moment, because Harry had told him, "When I stand up, the snake will be your target." Nagini was to Voldemort's left, in the grass, and Neville had been tracking her position for the full 3 minutes since Voldemort's entourage arrived. He cast a severing charm of the most decisive possible variety. Nagini ceased to exist as a Horcrux at the same moment Voldemort registered what had happened, and the feedback of that, the last anchor of his fractured soul severed, crossed his face in a way that was briefly, precisely human. The shock of a man who has built his immortality out of very specific architecture discovering that the architecture is gone. He was mortal. He'd been mortal for approximately 45 seconds, since the moment Harry had come back from the space between, but this was the moment he felt it. Harry raised his wand. "It's over," Harry said. "You have 20 Death Eaters and no Horcruxes, and the Eternal Compact has been invoked, which means the moment you took action against a recognized sovereign in the presence of witnesses, every signatory nation is legally required to respond." He looked at the red eyes. "It's over, Tom. The question is what you do now." "You're offering me surrender," Voldemort said. "I'm telling you the situation," Harry said. "What you do with it is your choice." He kept his wand raised, level, steady. "But yes. If you surrender now, wand on the ground, your people bound, no further action, you face trial rather than the alternative." He paused. "You've done terrible things. People are dead because of you. Justice requires a reckoning, and I'm not going to pretend it doesn't." He met the red eyes. "But I'm not an executioner. I'm a king. And kings don't kill people because killing is satisfying. They use the law." The Death Eaters behind Voldemort were very still. Harry could feel their uncertainty through the ambient magic of the ground, the specific instability of people who have followed something powerful because it was powerful, now watching the power dynamic they built their identity around shifting in real time. Voldemort's wand was still raised. "Tom," Harry said, and the name again, the plain fact of it, with no drama. "The world you wanted to rule doesn't exist. It never did. And the world that does exist has moved on without you." He held the red gaze. "Put the wand down." A very long moment. Then the Death Eaters behind Voldemort started moving, not toward Harry. Away. The ones on the edges first, the ones who'd been in the back, the ones whose commitment was shallowest. They broke and ran, and each one that ran made it marginally easier for the next, the social pressure of collective action working in reverse. Voldemort watched them go. He watched half of his remaining army dissolve in 40 seconds, and his face did something that Harry watched with the full attention he'd been paying to the man for 3 years of active awareness and a lifetime of passive impact. He watched Voldemort understand, in real time, that the thing he had built was made of other people's fear, and fear required feeding, and the food supply had run out. He lowered his wand. Not a gesture of defeat. Harry didn't think Voldemort would ever perform a gesture of defeat, the psychology was too specific. He just stopped pointing it. Let his arm fall to his side. Stood on the bright grass on a perfect September morning and looked at Harry Potter, who had come back from death and taken the last of his leverage and offered him the law. "This isn't finished," Voldemort said. "I know," Harry said. "But it is, for today." The Aurors came through the wards 2 minutes later. Amelia Bones had been coordinating with Kingsley for the past 20 minutes via Hermione's communication network, the entire force ready and positioned and waiting for the signal. They came onto the grounds with the efficiency of a department that had been properly led for exactly 2 weeks and was very much enjoying the sensation. Harry stepped back and let them work. He found a tree to sit under, at the edge of the grounds near the lake, and he sat in the grass with his back against the bark and let the morning be exactly what it was. The sounds of the Auror operation, orderly and professional, drifted across the grounds. The lake was still. A first year would have been skimming stones on it, on a morning like this. Neville sat down beside him after a few minutes, and then Sirius dropped to the grass on his other side, and then Hermione appeared from the direction of the castle at a pace that suggested she'd been running and had recently decided that she didn't need to run anymore but was still moving fast from habit. She stopped in front of him. She looked at him, all of him, the full inventory, alive and present and sitting under a tree. Her expression did something complicated that resolved into the simple version. "You came back," she said. "I told you I would," he said. "You said you thought you would," she said. "That's different." "I was being appropriately humble about the theoretical framework," he said. She sat down in the grass across from him and pulled her knees up and looked at him with the expression she reserved for moments she was deciding to let herself feel rather than process. "I was terrified," she said. "I know," he said. "You were writing the entire time." "Writing is how I manage terror," she said, without apology. "I know," he said again, warmly. Sirius had his arm around Harry's shoulders in the way he'd been doing since Hogsmeade, in varying contexts, the physical language of someone who had spent 12 years unable to do it and was making up for lost time. "The international response is going to be enormous," he said. Hermione's network lit up apparently. "Let it," Harry said. "That's what it's for." "Fudge's trial is next week," Hermione said, back to practical, because she could hold both and preferred to move between them rather than sit in either one too long. "Umbridge's inquiry has formally identified 7 counts of malfeasance. Ragnarok wants to schedule the house inheritance consolidations before the month is out." She paused. "And 17 owls arrived this morning from various magical governments congratulating you on what they're already calling the resolution of the eternal crisis, which is apparently what it's being called now." "That's dramatic," Neville said. "All of it is dramatic," Luna said, from somewhere nearby. She was sitting at the lake's edge, which she had apparently arrived at without anyone noticing, trailing her fingers in the water with complete serenity. "But it's also accurate. It was a crisis. It is resolved." She glanced over her shoulder at Harry. "The dream last week, the one I didn't tell you about because I was still finding the right words, the world is different on the other side of today. The shape of things has changed." She looked back at the water. "Better different." Harry looked at the lake, at the castle behind them, at the September sky that was still that extraordinary blue. He looked at the people around him, Neville, who had fought 3 Death Eaters alone at 3 in the morning and moved to his position without being asked and trusted Harry's plan even when the plan involved dying briefly. Hermione, who had built 43 pages of airtight law and managed international communications under fire and told him the truth even when the truth was frightening. Sirius, who had shown up at every single thing, every session and meeting and ward working and 4 in the morning planning session, with his arm around Harry's shoulders and his presence as complete and certain as the building behind them. Luna, who had seen all of this coming and named it and helped shape it and never once looked afraid. He thought about what he told Amelia Bones in the Three Broomsticks, not to rule, not to own, but in the way it mattered. "There's a lot of work left," Harry said. "There's always a lot of work left," Hermione said. "The houses need proper representation structures. The ministry reform is going to take a year to implement fully. The international compact needs updating, some of the provisions are genuinely archaic and need modernizing." He looked at his hands, at the rings. "And I need to talk to every magical government about the creature rights provisions in the compact, because they're inadequate in about 11 specific ways that Hermione identified in the first week." 14 ways, Hermione said. "I found 3 more since." 14 ways, Harry said. "And the school needs," he paused. "The school needs to stay what it is. Whatever changes happen in the world outside, Hogwarts stays a school. That's not negotiable." "Nobody was suggesting it was negotiable," Neville said. "I'm making it official anyway," Harry said. Dumbledore had come across the grounds and stopped a few feet away, the particular distance of someone who knows they're not quite inside the circle and is not forcing it. Harry looked at him. "Sit down," Harry said. Dumbledore sat, somewhat slowly, with the care of a very old man who has had a very long morning. He settled in the grass with his blue robes around him and looked at the lake, and after a moment the tension in his face, the specific tension of someone waiting to hear how badly they're judged, eased very slightly. "The Horcrux," Harry said. "The one in my scar. Did you know, when you left me with the Dursleys? Was that part of why?" "No," Dumbledore said. "I didn't know then. I suspected something was anchoring his connection to you, but I didn't have the theory complete until several years later." He paused. "When I did understand it fully, you should have told me." "Yes," Dumbledore said, simply. "I should have told you." Harry looked at the lake for a moment. "The protection theory," he said. "The Dursleys. My mother's sacrifice." "Real," Dumbledore said. "Not an invention. The protection was genuine and significant. But the duration of it, the specific conditions I enforced, were, your right to think, about more than protection." He was quiet. "I am sorry for that too." "I know," Harry said. "I believe you." He watched the light on the water. "I'm not going to pretend the Dursleys were fine. They were terrible. Those were terrible years." He paused. "But I also know I wouldn't be this without them. Not the power was always going to be what it is. But the way I use it. The reasons I use it." He looked at Dumbledore. "Growing up with nothing makes you very clear on what matters." Dumbledore had the expression of someone hearing something said more cleanly than they could have said it themselves. "Yes," he said quietly. "I think it does." They sat on the grass in the afternoon light, all of them, and the castle was warm and present behind them and the lake was still and the sky was still that impossible blue, and somewhere on the grounds the Aurors were completing their work and somewhere above in her room Daphne Greengrass's owl was waiting for a letter that Harry was going to write that evening, something honest and unhurried, and somewhere in 11 countries 11 governments were reading Hermione's dispatch and preparing responses, and somewhere the 35 ancient houses were present and recognized and finally properly held. And Harry Potter, who had come into the world on a killing curse and grown up in a cupboard and discovered at 14 that the world had been waiting for him longer than he'd been alive, sat under a tree at the edge of the Hogwarts lake and felt the full weight of what he was and was not afraid of any of it. Not because the hard things were finished. They weren't. The hard things were beginning in the ways that mattered, the long, patient, unglamorous work of building something rather than defending against something, of using law and relationship and careful thought rather than crisis and war. Not because he had the power to do anything. Having power was not the same as doing it well, and he knew that, and had always known it, which was why the power had never made him careless. Because the people beside him were real, and the work ahead was real, and the world that existed on the other side of today was better different, as Luna said. Because he chose to be. Every morning. Without conditions. That was what kings were made of, in the end. Not bloodlines. Not ancient laws. Not the weight of 35 houses or the resonance of 10 centuries of inheritance or even the ability to stand between life and death and come back from it. Just the daily, ordinary, extraordinary choice to show up fully, to tell the truth, to use what you had for what mattered, and to do it again tomorrow. Harry looked at the lake one more time. Felt the castle at his back. Felt the people beside him, warm and present and real. Then he said, "Right. Who wants lunch?" Neville laughed. Hermione threw a small piece of grass at him. Sirius was already standing up. Dumbledore looked at the sky with something that was definitely a smile. Luna trailed her fingers in the water one more time, apparently satisfied with whatever she'd been looking at. They walked back toward the castle in the bright afternoon, and the wards held steady around them, and somewhere in the deep stone of the building something old and enormous and warm acknowledged the returning of the people it considered its own with a settling, a rightness, the way a house does when the people who belong in it come home. The letter Harry wrote that evening took 3 drafts and ran to 2 pages, and contained several things Daphne Greengrass read with her hand over her mouth and read again more slowly and then folded very carefully and kept in the inside pocket of her robes for a long time after. The ministry restructuring took 14 months, was 3 times as complicated as projected, and worked. Sirius Black was formally cleared by the Wisengamot on a Tuesday in October, which Sirius pointed out to Harry with immense satisfaction given Harry's established relationship with Tuesdays. Neville Longbottom became, within 5 years, the most respected combat magic instructor in Britain, and maintained the specific posture, the forward, decided one, for the rest of his life. Hermione Granger wrote the definitive legal commentary on the Eternal Compact's modern application, which became the foundational document for the next generation of international magical governance, and was simultaneously the most cited and the most argued with piece of magical legal scholarship of the century. Luna Lovegood continued to see things ahead of time and pass them along, quietly and accurately, and the world mostly caught up eventually. And Harry Potter, Eternal King, heir to 35 ancient houses, master of death in the literal and documented sense, spent the next several decades being exactly and only what he'd decided to be on a bright September afternoon by a lake, present, useful, and, on the good days, which were most of them, genuinely happy.